Legislative Council for the 16th of January 2020. We will call to order. We will call to order for the January 16th, 2020 meeting at 18:16. I'll begin with the land acknowledgement. The SSMU acknowledges that McGill University is situated on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe nations, a place which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst Indigenous peoples. The SSMU recognizes and respects these nations as the traditional custodians of the land and water on which it is located. Moving on to attendance. If you are here as a proxy, please just say present when I call the person you're proxying for, and then we will write down your name and your personal pronouns, and we'll go from there. Councillor Chan, Arts. Here. Councillor Chase, Arts. Here. Councillor Dandamoody, Arts. Here. Councillor Daryani, Arts. Here. Councillor Franceschini, Arts and Science. Councillor Kirsch, Athletics. Here. Councillor Kay, Clubs. Here. Councillor Flaherty, Clubs. Here. Councillor Sabady, Dentistry. Do we have an education representative? I believe we do, yes. So could you please get a microphone and say your first and last name and spell them for us for the minutes, as well as your personal pronouns, please.
My name is Bella, B-E-L-L-A, Bullhose, B-U-L-H-O-E-S, and she, her. Great, thank you very much. Councillor Faki, Engineering. Councillor Marcoux, Engineering. Councillor Ramey, Environment. Councillor Das, FYC. Here. Councillor Mackey, Law. Councillor Eisner, Management. Councillor Gervey, Management. Councillor Dixon, Medicine. Councillor Platt, Music.
Proxy.
Sebastian Duckett.
Yeah, you know me.
Councillor Patzer is present by teleconference but is currently muted. Councillor Morgan, PTOT. Councillor Freed, IRC Residences. Freed? Yeah. Yes, okay. Councillor Wu, Science. Present. Councillor Butkar, Science. Present. Oh, sorry, Proxy. Proxy. So can you get a microphone, please, and spell your first and last name?
Jose Guerra, Joseguerra, he, him.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Butkar, Science. Present. Councillor Wright, Science, has sent regrets, I believe. Oh, sorry, present by teleconference. My apologies, thank you very much. Senate Caucus Representative Lametti. Merci beaucoup. Senate Caucus Representative Garneau. Services Representative Morali. I'll remind councillors about side conversations while I'm speaking. Thank you very much. Councillor Morali, Services. Present. I believe we have regrets from Councillor Roy, but is there a social work proxy this evening? No? SSMU President. VP University Affairs. VP Student Life. VP Internal. VP External. VP Finance. Wonderful. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll move on to approval of minutes. The Legislative Council minutes from the November 28th session have been distributed and circulated in the Council Drive. Are there any changes or corrections to the November 28th minutes? Councillor Faki.
Give me a second. On page 24.
1 second.
Yes, sir.
Page 24.
Around 2/3 of the way, it says VPUA motions to suspend the rules to add a late motion, and then it says 3:46. I don't know what that means.
I believe that's a timestamp, so we'll, thank you very much. So we'll strike that from the minutes. Any other changes or corrections to the minutes? SSMU President.
On page 3. Is that the same? Never mind. Page 3, it talks about SEED. I believe it refers to the social equity and diversity.
SEDE.
SEDE.
So we'll change the mention of SEED on page 3 to SEDE. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Vice President External Affairs. I'll note for councillors, if you catch errors in the minutes, it's prudent to email them to me in advance. VP External Affairs.
Sorry about not emailing these in advance then. That same paragraph, and it says had a positive effect. It was specifically a positive effect on student life and learning, which was a reference to the position of the deputy provost, implying that he should be the one to take responsibility for it.
Okay.
There's a couple other ones. ESB is referenced on the same page and refers actually to ASB, alternative spring break.
So ESB should be ASB.
Dipsel
Okay.
is missing an L at one point.
Okay. So DIPSL should be DPSLL.
And then a couple of ones. Oh yeah. There's substantial portions of the discussion omitted from the minutes in the acceptable communications practices. In particular, there was a discussion about SMU's critics being critical not of language and lack of professionalism, but rather about inaction surrounding the SMU. So I was troubled to see those not recorded in the minutes.
So for that change, I'll refer it to the governance manager.
Thank you.
And we'll have her re-listen to the recording.
Cheers.
Generally, she does do that, and she did do that for this round. So we'll refer it back.
'Kay.
In light of that, what I would suggest is that we postpone approval of these minutes. And I'd encourage everyone that has thus far raised a correction to the minutes to email them in so they can be appropriately reviewed. And then we'll bring these back at the next council meeting. Was somebody willing to make such a motion at this time? Councillor Morali, so moved to postpone approval of these minutes. Somebody to second? VP Internal, thank you very much. Any opposition to that or anybody wanting to propose an alternate motion at this time? Seeing all those in favor of postponing the approval of minutes from the November 28th session, please raise your placards. Opposed? Thank you very much. I'll remind all councillors again, if you have caught what you believe to be an error in the minutes, please submit them by email. Thank you very much. Mr. President?
Point of inquiry. So do we email it to RecSec, to Speaker, to...
Let's
Governance
do
manager.
speaker, and it'll
Speaker.
make its way to the right people.
Okay.
So speaker@ssmu.ca. And with that, we'll move on to adoption of the agenda. But before that, I have VP Finance moving the addition of two late motions. VP Finance?
Yes, so I move the notice of motion regarding changes to the committee terms of reference, and the notice of motion regarding adoption of the Gender and Sexual Violence Committee terms of reference. I believe 14D should be a motion, as there was a notice of motion at last council. 14D.
Thank you very much. To accept the addition of late motions, I would need somebody to second, and we'll need a 2/3 majority. So VP External Affairs willing to second. Thank you very much. All those in favor of addition to those two late motions, please raise your placards. Opposed? And I see a clear 2/3 majority, so we'll add both of those to the agenda. Are there any other changes or additions to the agenda at this time? Senator Lametti.
Merci. Je propose de déplacer le point 15D immédiatement après la période de questions.
Après? Okay. So Senator Lametti wants to move 15D, the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee report, to right after a question period. Is somebody willing to second that change? Mr. President, thank you very much. All those in favor of making that change to the agenda, please raise your placards. Opposed? We'll note an opposed, but a clear majority, and so we'll make that change to the agenda. Did you do that? 15D to right after question period. Any other changes or additions to the agenda at this time? Seeing nothing further, we'll move onwards. Could I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? SMU President, second. Councillor Dan DeMuti, thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? And the agenda will stand adopted. Move on to the report of the steering committee. If you'll bear with me, councillors. The steering committee convened at 11:30 a.m. on the 10th of January in the SMU offices. Present were myself by teleconference, Councillor Franceschini and Kay by teleconference, Parliamentarian Wong, and Speaker on call Lee. There were no guest speakers that session. All motions submitted by the deadline were reviewed for stylistic changes in new business. There is no business arising this evening. Steering Committee innovations. Hopefully you've all read the motions in advance and you've seen the new format that we have introduced following the successful pilot at the last council of the 2019 calendar year. If after this evening you have thoughts, comments, suggestions on the new motion template and format, please do not hesitate to send them to me by email. The email address is in the report, speaker@smu.ca. A note for councillors, there will be a confidential session this evening. So ideally, I'd like us to aim to be through the agenda. In the steering committee estimated duration for this evening is about 3 hours. So I'd like us to hopefully be in confidential session by 9:30 p.m. Would be ideal. And then hopefully get you all back home shortly thereafter. I'll of course remind that if we do end up going later, walk safe and drive safe continue to be available to you should you need to. Their contact information is available in the previous report of the steering committee. Are there any questions on the report of the steering committee? I see no questions, so thank you very much for indulging me as I read the report of the steering committee. Moving forward to guest speakers. We have no guest speakers this evening, and we'll move on to announcements. Are there any councillors or constituencies with announcements this evening? Vice President, External Affairs.
Thank you. In case you haven't seen my numerous annoying posts in and around various areas of Facebook, there's a strike against Bill 21 going on in the next couple of days. So education voted a successful strike with over 20% quorum and 94% yes. And they'll be picketing in front of the education building for anyone who wants to join them. If not, there is a rally starting at midday at 12 in front of the Brown building with walkouts from the Faculty of Law, Faculty of Medicine, and promotion and endorsement through the Faculties of Arts and the Faculty of Science. Really important to show solidarity for people who are being affected by this bill. Please come out, please tell your constituents. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Other announcements this evening, SMU President?
Thank you, Speaker. On January 8th, 2020, Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 was shot down just out of Tehran. Two members of the McGill community were on the flight, a student and a recently graduated person from McGill. At this time, I would like to ask for a moment of silence in order to commemorate this unfortunate incident.
That's very much in order. The Dais will order all laptops closed and ideally phones off desks, but if not possible, simply flipped over. And we'll observe a brief moment of silence. Thank you very much, councillors. With that, are there any other announcements this evening? Let's go to VP Finance. Can you get that one easier, please?
Okay, so the club audit deadline was last week. Thank you to all of the clubs who filled it out, from both myself and Billy. 95.6% of clubs filled out the club audit, which I think is a record high. Amazing. So we'll be going through those. If you have any questions, concerns, feel free to reach out to either of us. But yeah, again, thank you for being on top of everything. Yeah, keep it up, club execs. You're the best.
Thank you very much. Other announcements? I'm going to go to Councillor Dariani.
Hi, so I'd just like to let everyone know that the annual Work Your BA series of events are happening from January 20th to 31st. The series includes a non-profit and community service fair, a law event, a public speaking event, as well as careers with a global impact panel, mental health panel, and a bunch of other events. There's a Facebook event. If you just search Work Your BA Connect to Your Future, or if you go on Google, you'll be able to find it. So I look forward to seeing everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other announcements? Councillor Dariani. Dan DeMoody, I apologize. Apologies.
Okay, the Arts Undergraduate Society is going to be hosting a General Assembly tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. in Leacock 132. If you agree with the general sentiments against Bill 21, we're going to be discussing a strike. Quorum will be 500 AUS members, so come out and show your support.
Thank you very much. Other announcements? Vice President, External Affairs.
On the 5th of December 2019, the McGill Board of Directors decided not to divest from fossil fuels. For those who didn't know that. What's that? Yep, the Board of Governors, not the McGill Board of Directors, which does not exist. But the McGill Board of Governors decided not to divest from fossil fuels. They opted for a decarbonization plan, which is fairly greenwashed, so please continue to stay abreast of those developments. Inform your constituents that decarbonization is not the same as divestment. The purpose of divestment is to send a political message. A university doesn't have enough equity in fossil fuel companies to topple the fossil fuel industry. It's more about showing that public funding and higher education institutions don't support fossil fuels. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements? VP Internal.
Tickets for Faculty Olympics Hype Night are out. They're $20. Come through, bring friends. It's going to be a really good time, and it's on the 29th of January, and you can go to spin.ca for information to buy tickets. We also support Apple Pay, so that's pretty cool.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements this evening? Vice President, External Affairs.
More information will be coming soon, i.e. in our generative discussion, but SMU External Affairs, in collaboration with Community Affairs, is hosting a series of 4 information sessions for new students who are moving to Milton Park to explore ways that students and the community can work together more productively. So the first one will be a housing public assembly, which is fairly pertinent this year, so that's on January 27th. The other ones, there will be an information sheet that's circulated on Facebook, etc., but there will be on good neighboring practices, so like not peeing in public. Seriously, that happens a lot. Homelessness in the community, and then moving out. So please stay abreast of this information and share it with your first-year students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further announcements? If not, the dais has 3. SMU President.
I have 2, if that's okay. First one, the Winter General Assembly will now be taking place on Monday, 4th at USS Ballroom. It will take place as usual. 350 students. Please try to bring out some people so we can inform people how the SSMU runs. Second announcement. The Board of Governors Student Forum is taking place on Thursday, January 30th, starting at 4 p.m. It's basically a gathering of the Board of Governors' external members, so people that are outside of the university community, where they learn about different McGill community groups and the work that they do. This year we have the Legal Information Clinic, Midnight Kitchen, the Indigenous Affairs Committee, the SSMU, Divest McGill, the McGill International Portfolio Challenge, as well as student groups from MAC campus. So please try to make it out. Afterwards, there's a short cocktail. However, I recognize that it's also overlapping with the first hour of Legislative Council, so if you can't make it for that, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further announcements? Okay, seeing none, I'll briefly go through mine. The first announcement is, as always, for those of you that are new to Legislative Council, there's only one bathroom on this floor. While it is ordinarily identified as a male-gendered bathroom, while we occupy McConnell 603, it is an all-gendered bathroom, so please feel free to make use of it. If you would rather not, there are single-stalled bathrooms on the 4th floor of McConnell, so you can take the elevators or the stairs down. Water fountains are available at the end of the hall. Like walk all the way to the end, make a right, and it's a bit of a sketchy little hallway, but you'll find a water fountain there. Second announcement, if all councillors could please go to the council voting directions document that's in your drive, that would be much appreciated. There is something in all caps at the top that the operations department, the governance manager, have requested that you all complete. It is titled SMU Volunteer Form. So please, if you could, make your way to the voting directions document. It's highlighted as well. I've highlighted it right now. So can you open it, please? So if you go there, you will see the SMU volunteer form. If you could please complete it before the deadline, that would be much appreciated. If you don't have the time to read it this evening, that's fine. If you do, wonderful. But just wanted to put that on your radar. I'll be sending it out by email as well to your council emails, but wanted to put that on your radar. But if you have the time to do it tonight, that would be much appreciated. Third announcement. On the 22nd of December, I tendered my resignation from the SSMU in my position as Speaker of Council and Chair of the Board of Directors. So my last meeting of the Legislative Council will be the January 30th meeting. My last meeting of the Board of Directors will be next Thursday. My last day in office is January 31st, ending at 5 p.m. And then I will still remain with the SSMU in my position as Governing Documents Researcher, but effective January 31st at 5 p.m. I will not be the Speaker of Council and Chair of the Board of Directors. I had the incredible opportunity today to work for SSMU for 3 years, so I'm grateful to all of you for being part of my experience here. There will be a public posting for my replacement in the coming days. I had the opportunity today to work with HR on reevaluating the job description to better align with what it is presently. So sincerely to all of you, thank you so much for being a part of my term with the SSMU, and I look forward to a successful and productive touring. That brings us to the end of announcements, unless anybody else has a further announcement. Senator Lametti.
Thank you. I'd like to suspend the rules to introduce a motion to get unanimous consent for a motion of gratitude to the Speaker of SSMU.
Actually, I have a motion to suspend the rules from Senator Lametti. Is there a second? Councillor Chan, thank you very much. And the purpose is to introduce a late motion to that effect. So this is not debatable. All those in favor of suspending the rules, we will need a 3/4 majority. Please raise your placards. Opposed? I saw a clear 3/4 majority. You're going to make me cry. So the rules are suspended. Senator Lametti, you'd like to introduce a motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to seek unanimous consent from those assembled here to express this body's gratitude towards your 3 years of service as SSMU Speaker. And that's the end of the motion.
Thank you very much. Is there a second for that motion? Councillor, proxy for Councillor Platt, thank you very much. Oh, I will now ask if there's any opposition to that motion. Seeing no opposition, the motion is unanimously adopted by consent. Thank you very much. And so now we'll move on with the agenda. You all clapped once, don't do it again. So we have now item 9, report of the Board of Directors. This is now in the drive. Councillors, I apologize if you looked for it earlier. I received it just recently because it was just recently completed. You'll find it in the reports folder, and I'll go to the SSMU president.
Thank you. To give a little bit of context on this, I was mandated by the Board of Directors at its December 2nd, 2019 meeting to read out this, or to create a statement in conjunction with the governance manager about what had occurred at that meeting, and to read it out and further explain and answer questions from the Legislative Council. Dear Councillors, on Monday, December 2nd, 2019, the Board of Directors held their second meeting of the 2019-2020 governance year. During the public session of the meeting, the Board of Directors discussed the ratifications of the Legislative Council motions from its November 28th, 2019 meeting. During the session, members of the gallery, as well as directors, engaged in a lengthy discussion and debate on the motion regarding free trip offers to student leaders, which was approved during that Legislative Council. At this meeting, the Board of Directors exercised its right to overturn this motion from the Council as per Section 6, Article 1.3.1 of the Internal Regulations of Governance, on the grounds of legal liability and financial risk related to the Society's Memorandum of Agreement with McGill University. The overturning of a motion is a step not taken lightly by the Board of Directors, as we seek to respect the autonomy and democratic representation of the Legislative Council. However, in this case, we believe that this intervention was warranted. Typically, when a council motion is overturned by the Board of Directors, it returns to the next regular meeting of Legislative Council to be debated and voted upon with the Board's concerns or proposed amendments in mind. However, an exceptional interim provision was passed by the Board to prevent this motion from returning to Council because the Board believed that this would create an unnecessary debate, as a trip in question would have already occurred by this time. However, per Section 6, Article 1.6 of the Internal Regulations of Governance, Legislative Council must consider and vote upon this exceptional interim provision. The Board of Directors acknowledges the sentiments of Council regarding this motion, But ultimately, our decision was based on the financial risk threatened by the university, where they could have found us to be in violation of our memorandum of agreement, withhold our funds, and therefore put the very existence of the society at risk. The Board of Directors is also aware of our members' concerns regarding the conflict of interest policy as it stands, and will be implementing revisions to the policy throughout the next few months. Best regards, the SMU Board of Directors.
Thank you very much. It is a report. I will entertain a 5-minute question period on the report. Of course. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Speaker. I was wondering if the President could clarify which provision in our memorandum of agreement that we're referring to when our society's financial agreement was threatened.
Sure. It wasn't said in public session. So there was a statement released by the university regarding the events of that legislative council meeting, where the university believed that, to paraphrase, that we were violating our constitution. Specifically in our memorandum of agreement, there's a section specifically on default, which specifically says that the university can hold us in default if we were to violate our constitution. This can be a unilateral finding by one of the parties, so essentially SMU or the university. However, in this situation, the university could have found us to be in default, and therefore the remedy is to notify us that they believe we are in default and withhold funds until either the event leading to the default is remedied or a brand new memorandum of agreement is negotiated.
Thank you. I'll just note, for members that are here as proxies, if you are having trouble accessing the documents, if you're holding another position within SSMU, so if you're a SMU senator, you must be using that email account. If you don't have access through that, please email me and I'll make sure you get access. Is there any proxy that does not have access to the documents this evening? Nope? Okay, wonderful. Other questions on the report of the Board of Directors? Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. What specific part of the MOA would have been violated by this motion, if that's possible to say? I don't know if it's public or not.
SMU President?
I can look it up. You'll have to give me about 30 seconds.
While we wait for an answer on that question, are there any further questions on the report of the Board of Directors? Member from the gallery? You know the drill, name,
yeah.
Constituency, pronouns.
Sakone, S-A-K-O-H-N, science, masculine pronouns. Why is such a one-sided provision as section 12.1.2, to answer the Senator's question, in the MOA, and has the board or anyone considered renegotiating it?
Vice President External Affairs?
Okay, yeah, so the reason it's in there is because the MOA does afford us certain things. One, it's job protections for one of the porters so that they can remain a member of MUNACA. We also get room bookings through McGill in exceptional circumstances. Because of our MOA, we can use the McGill name on certain team logos. There's a reason why we have an MOA, and this is what they wanted in return, was the ability to hold us in violation of our governance documents and therefore rescind funding. Just to answer the Senator's question at the same time, it's about holding the money in trust, which is not a provision under the law on the accreditation of student unions, but is an addition by McGill University.
I'll remind all members, if you're going to intervene in debate or questions, please speak loudly and clearly into the microphone. I just received information that for some of you it's difficult to hear on the live stream, so please speak loudly and clearly. SMU President, in response to Senator Lametti's earlier question.
Yeah, that's correct. So thank you to the member of the gallery. It is Section 12, specifically Article 12.1.2. I'll quote directly from it. 12.1 states, each of the following shall be considered an event of default, and then 12.1.2 states, when the association violates its constitution. I'll read from 12.2. In the event of default, the defaulting party shall be entitled to written notice of default, and upon receipt of such notice shall have 30 working days or 60 calendar days between the period of May 1st and August 31st within which to remedy such default. 12.3. In the event of a dispute over the existence of a default, either party shall be entitled to submit the dispute to arbitration by giving the party written notice no later than 90 calendar days from the date of notice referred to in section 12.2. And then in terms of remedies, 13.2. Upon the confirmation of default of the association in accordance with Section 12, the parties agree that funds assessed by the university for the association shall be allocated to an interim trust fund in the name of the association. The fund shall be administered by the university and overseen by a committee of 5 individuals comprising of 2 university representatives, 2 association representatives, and chaired by a person selected by agreement of the parties. The committee shall oversee the administration of the trust fund until such time as the association has been restructured or reinstated or the default corrected.
Thank you. Other questions? Proxy for Councillor Platt. Before we go, I just want to make sure, are your access issues sorted?
Yep, I got it. I'm good.
Good.
My question just is about the memorandum as a whole. Is it public knowledge what the memorandum is, and where can we find it?
Sorry, if you're going to intervene, VP External, can you wait to be recognized and wait for a microphone? VP External.
On McGill's website.
And it can be found most easily by simply Google searching SMU McGill MOA. Senator Lametti.
Thank you. So since the board judged that
Louder, please.
Since the board judged that there was a risk of the university finding it in default, then it must have also concluded that the motion would have violated the SMU's internal government documents or procedures. So in what way would the motion that was approved by council have violated SMU's internal government procedures?
I'll remind members that you may defer answering questions if you wish, but SMU President?
I mean, I can answer to the best of my ability. As far as the discussion of the specific motion went, it was less about whether the motion actually violated our constitution, but more rather that the university believed it. And by that extension, the university wanted it to go a certain way. Regardless of whether the board of directors believed or did not believe the motion itself was in violation of our own governance practices, I would say was irrelevant to the discussion, because the discussion revolved precisely around the memorandum agreement being in default and whether the university believed we were in default of our constitution.
Thank you. That does exhaust the question period. If there's a desire to extend the question period, I will entertain such a motion. Senator Lametti.
Thank you. I move to extend question period by 10 minutes.
I have a motion for a 10-minute extension on this question period. Is there a second? Councillor Mackey, thank you very much. Any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor of a 10-minute extension of the question period, please raise your placards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see 12. All those opposed? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11. I see 11. And so with that, we will extending the limits of date requires a 2/3 majority, which was not achieved, and therefore the question period is not extended, and the question period is thusly exhausted. We'll move onwards to Appendix A to the report, which comes in the form of a motion. A motion to uphold the interim provision adopted at the Board of Directors meeting of December 2nd, 2019, 2020-0116. SMU President.
Thank you. So as I explained earlier in the report, the Board of Directors passed an exceptional interim provision. This is a specific power delegated to it by Division 6, Part 1, Section 1.6 of the Internal Regulations of Governance. For any exceptional interim provision, it requires it to be passed by Legislative Council in order for it to completely take effect. This would require a 2/3 majority, if I'm not mistaken, Speaker. In the case that this motion is not passed, the motion regarding free trip offers to student leaders 2019-11-28 would return back to this Legislative Council for debate and voting once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the motion has been so moved by the SMU President. Is there a second for that motion? I can't take an executive. Councillor Picard, thank you very much. The motion's been moved and seconded, so we will now enter a question period specifically on the motion. Questions specifically on the text of the motion or the implications of the motion. Seeing none, we'll move to debate on the motion. Individuals wanting to speak to the motion. Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. So in the previous question period, I wanted to ask questions about why the Board of Directors decided to operate on what the university may think rather than upon what the society would think and then go to arbitration if needed. I don't know if one or the other is a better decision, but I would have liked to have an answer to that question. And furthermore, I would have also liked to know if the Board of Directors considered other reasons why the motion may or may not have been appropriate. And in the absence of answers to those questions, I don't feel like I can vote on such a motion. So I would appreciate it if during debate somebody could illuminate me on these points to make me help me make a better decision.
Thank you. Vice President, External Affairs.
Thanks. So to assuage the concerns of the senator and perhaps others in the room, we can't speculate as to why McGill thought it violated our internal procedures because they didn't cite a reason when in their communication. They just said we were dedicated to holding SMU accountable, which when it came to the Igor Sadikov case, effectively would have been the same reprimand. So we anticipated. They never actually said we will freeze your fees. But that's the most effective way they have to shut us up for anything. In terms of the board's decision, experientially, I can say people were scared. And that's a good, they said that the reputation of the SMU needs to take precedence, so we can't afford to drag this out. Those board minutes will be made available, and you can also, they was in public session as well. Other illuminations that you wanted, why didn't we seek arbitration? Yeah, because it would have sort of dragged this whole thing out. I don't know if you had other questions that I didn't answer, please raise them again, I apologize.
Thank you very much. VP Finance? Yeah, it's debate. You can say whatever you want. Give a minute.
Yeah, so I can speak a little bit at least to what the costs of arbitration would be for the SSMU. So the timelines outlined by the president in the memorandum of agreement would drag on until around February, March. McGill disperses fees to the SSMU twice a year, once in October, once in February. So it would be right in the middle of one of those disbursement periods. The February disbursement is a little over $1 million, and it covers the budgets for SACOMs, MCERT, WalkSafe, DriveSafe, all of our services. So that would be affected, number one. We're also in need of fees there to promote the reopening of the University Center, which is going to come in March, April, and drag out through the costs are going to be across the summer. So that's a six-figure cost right there that the SSMU does have to take on this year. The risk there, especially given the operational difficulties that we're facing right now, is much higher than a normal operating year.
Thank you. Other comments in debate? Vice President, University Affairs?
Thank you. So yeah, while obviously I disagree with the Board of Directors' decision to shut down the motion, to speak to the interim provision, I do want to note that even though, yes, the actual trip has now passed, rendering the motion itself on the wording that it was used, or in the wording that it, whatever, you know what I mean, kind of not necessary anymore, I do want to make note that even though the trip has passed, on-campus conversations about Israel-Palestine will never stop. And we can't pretend like this is the end of this conversation. We can't pretend like these struggles faced by both of those communities are going to suddenly stop the minute the trip ends. For that reason, I'll be abstaining from this motion, but I understand the rationale in terms of the procedural means, but I think that there's also a spirit behind it of, oh, we're done, hands clean, we're all done, but we're not, because there's still genocide, there's still conversation, so just something to keep in mind.
Thank you. Other debate on this motion? I don't see any further debate. And so with that, we'll move to a vote. Councillors, this is now in your voting directions document. It's item number 1. 9A, a motion to uphold the interim provision adopted at the Board of Directors meeting of December 2nd, 2019, 2020-0116. Voting is now open. I'll remind everyone, in order to access voting forms, you must use your @smu.ca account. If you don't have one or don't have access to a device to let you vote, please just flag me down and we'll make up some alternate accommodation for you. And that also applies to members attending by teleconference as well. Vote via the normal method. Vice President, External Affairs.
Not sure if this is technically parliamentary, but is this not subject to a consent vote?
The internal regulations of governance stipulate that for Legislative Council to uphold an extraordinary interim provision passed by the Board of Directors, it follows the normal process for interim provisions, which is a 2/3 majority. Councillor Chase. So actually, for the purpose of the minutes, we'll note that as a point of parliamentary inquiry from the VP External. Is that a point?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Should I abstain or just not vote at all?
You can do whatever you want.
No, based on your
on the basis of that, yes. I would suggest abstention. Apologies. Has anybody not voted yet? I'll announce the closure of voting in 10 seconds. Everybody okay? No? Voting is now closed. 16 in favor, 3 opposed, 8 abstaining. The motion carries, and the interim provision is adopted for the remainder of the operational year. Moving onwards to item 10, question period. There was a question submitted not before the deadline by a member of the student body, which I am starting to find the email right now, but I believe their name was Jeremy U1 Pharmacology, with a question of why the position of Vice President Operations and Sustainability was not included in the elections package released for academic year 2020-2021. SMU President.
Thank you. As election SMUs under my department, technically, I will speak to it. I believe it was just a error and omission. However, the Board of Directors will be discussing this at its next meeting, whether it makes sense to continue the election for a Vice President Operations and Sustainability, considering we currently do not have a building, and that would comprise the majority of the duties of this position. So we should, if this question could be deferred until next Legislative Council, we'd be able to have a more substantive answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing on with the question period, are there any other questions? Councillor Morelli.
Hi. A number of my, this is addressed at the Executive Committee or the dais, whoever can answer it. A number of my constituents have approached me about the SMU volunteer form, citing concerns about the extensiveness of the information being given, and also that certain services have volunteers who are there on the basis of certain information being kept confidential, and also certain services not wanting to essentially create a database of queer activist students on campus or students of a certain category, or and not wanting to have that information out there in wherever it's being kept. So I was wondering if a member of the Executive Committee or the dais could explain why this information is being collected and what alternatives there may be for services that are a bit wary.
Thank you. VP Finance. Take that one, please.
Yeah, so the development of the volunteer form was something to do with protecting the liability of the SSMU and by extension its services. To obtain comprehensive insurance and to keep our records up to date with our insurance company, we need to know who's performing what services on behalf of the society. SMU is one of the few associations here in Montreal that can provide that kind of insurance and that kind of protection for services should legal needs arise. Sometimes there are, especially given the sensitive nature of information and like personal issues that some services have to deal with. In fact, pretty much every service, to be honest. So that's part of the reason. It's important for us to be able to, should something arise, to quickly gather information, again, to protect and serve services, rather than, it's not a database to kind of pick people out of one by one and say, oh, you did this. No, that's not the point. And then the reason, like the information in the way it's being stored is all centrally in the SSMU office. It's not shared, it's not accessed unless it needs to be accessed. In terms of accessing that information, only the board of directors can authorize, pulling out people's personal information only when necessary. Should something arise, again as well, service executives will be consulted on that, 100%.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this question period? Oh, VP University Affairs?
Just also in response to that question, this isn't like an informative answer per se. I just want to say, like, that's a super fair concern, and I'm sorry that your services are having to go through that. There are a lot of forms of SMU that are like ableist, transphobic, homophobic, etc. For example, our honorariums form requires you to put your legal name in, which is really messed up, to use the PG version. So yeah, we hear you, and we're sorry, and like working on it. So thanks.
Other questions? Questions? I see no further questions, so we'll exhaust the question period at this time. Was there? Arm higher next time, please. Oh, and I apologize for the person minutes. The point of order is well taken. Thank you. Member from the gallery.
Hi. Could the VP external say something about the AgSem unionization drive, what's going on with that, and what people who work for the university should be doing about it, undergraduates?
Vice President External Affairs.
Sure. So for the record, this comes on an earlier private conversation myself and the member of the gallery had regarding some confusion about one of their peers rather, had about their own position. So the way that unionization drives work, signing a union card doesn't allow you to join the union. It expresses the interest of you as an individual within a potential bargaining unit joining that union. So undergraduate quote-unquote TAs, note takers, etc., are not currently unionized. So what you need is you need to have 50% plus one of potentially unionized employees in a defined bargaining unit sign union cards for you to be automatically unionized. If you have an expression of interest without that 50.1%, which is defined as 35 to 50%, then there's a vote that's held with the entire bargaining unit, at which point you then see if you have 50% plus one. So if you have any members, and this goes also for the legislative councils, if you have constituents who are voicing concerns about their working conditions, they're probably subject to the unionization drive of AgSem because it's targeting some of the most vulnerable workers at the university right now. Let them know to get in touch. Just Google AgSem, AGSEM, unionization drive. They can sign a union card. It costs $2. And then once the unionization drive is complete, AgSem will communicate to all members of that potential bargaining unit how it went. And if they are unionized, then they will be subject to protections, vast pay increases, and they'll have to pay a certain percentage of their salary in union dues.
Thank you. With that, we've reached the time limit on the question period, and so the question period is exhausted unless there's a desire to extend. Seeing no such desire, we'll move onwards. 2. Item 11, Comprehensive Governance Review Committee Report 2019-11-28. Oh joy, oh joy. So, welcome back everyone, Happy New Year. I'm here now in my capacity as Governing Documents Researcher to present again the second report of the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee to the Legislative Council, which was postponed at the November 28th session on the grounds that councillors wanted an opportunity to take more time to fully reflect on the proposed governance changes included in the report. You'll note that nothing has changed between November 28th when it was postponed and when it is coming back in its current form now. And so with that, I'm happy to take questions. Councillor Chen.
If I understand correctly, the position of the arts and science representative is preserved under this report. Is that correct?
That is correct. A follow-up question.
Yes.
A follow-up or a different question?
Let's go follow
Sure. Try it.
Did this take into account any naming changes that arts and science may be having in the upcoming terms?
It reflects the current name as reflected in the Memorandum of Agreement signed between the AUS and the Office of the Deputy Provost. If that changes, a subsequent change can occur. SMU President.
Could you outline some of the changes, if any, that have occurred since the last time this was presented and now?
Changes meaning?
Changes to this report, or to clarify that this is still the same report that
It's the same report that was brought on November 28th. It is identical. It's the same one that Council postponed. But since the question's now been asked, I'll briefly run through some highlights. Not going to rehash what I did last time and go through the whole report for you because you've had the luxury of the winter break to read it. But basically, you'll note that there is some devolution of some information. Specifically, the duties of officers are being moved from the Constitution into the internal regulations to allow for greater flexibility. Also, those position descriptions have not been changed in over 20 years. And so now is a great time to sit down with SMU's Human Resources Officer and reflect on the status and duties and position descriptions of the officers. You'll also note that there are reforms to the composition of Legislative Council. You will note as part of this report, the officers are being removed as voting members of Legislative Council. You'll recall this from my earlier presentation on November 28th. We are dropping from 2 members of the university's Senate caucus, or from SMU Senate caucus, to 1 on the Legislative Council. There are other associated changes there. There are the addition of seats for SMU Indigenous Affairs, SMU Equity, and SMU Francophone Affairs, as well as a non-voting seat from the McDonald Campus Student Society. Powers, basically just enshrining the power of the Legislative Council to initiate all policy actions. You can see a handy graphic of the proposed process on page 14. Adding additional reasonable restrictions upon the powers of the Board of Directors. Allowing members of the general student body to bring business directly to the Legislative Council as a way to honor student-led democracy. So rather than having to wait for a General Assembly once per semester, this is a kind of a 2-hit change. 1, General Assemblies are going away, so there'd be 1 General Assembly per academic year, and at that General Assembly it would be members could still bring business, but it would mainly be for presentation of necessary corporate information, so report of the board, financials, etc. And then members would be encouraged to bring their business, if any, over the course of the year to any meeting of Legislative Council. Other associated changes, you'll note there's some renaming. It's no longer the Center for Continuing Education, it's now the School of Continuing Studies. And of course, when basic changes their name to ASIS, they'll receive a similar change. Basically, that is it for the report. And then that would kind of bring an end to the proposed changes for Legislative Council. Once this is hopefully approved by Legislative Council, the committee can then refocus its effort on the Board of Directors and other associated changes. And I can speak more to those proposed / associated changes if you have further questions, but they'll be coming in a future report. Other questions? Point of order. Councillor Fecky?
Thank you. I believe we struck parts of the report before we ended up postponing it last Legislative Council.
We did not. I am positive. I just received confirmation from the recording secretary. And so with that,
question.
No, Councillor Fecky, I've recognized your point of order. Please put your placard down. Vice President External Affairs. Placard down, please.
So from my understanding, following the adoption of the recommendations of the CGRC, we move away from the Constitution as concerns the sections highlighted into other sections, correct?
Correct.
So to follow up on that question, this would be the last chance to change the list of officers, given that even though their responsibilities are going to be going into the internal regulations, the actual list will be in this recommendation, correct?
No, so we are not touching the list of officers is in another clause. That's in, I believe, Article 10, so we could still revisit that at a future time. It's only the duties of officers that it's being moved down.
It just says, because it says like these are the officers whose duties are outlined in the internal regulations, which includes sustainability and operations. We just had a discussion about the viability of that role going forward, which is in this report.
So there's nothing precluding us from revisiting this report.
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Lametti.
Thank you. So it's already been elaborated upon in previous meetings, the reasons why the 3 new members of council would be voting. My question is, in light that the officers of the society would no longer have a voting position, but that some of these members, for example, from Equity and Franklin Affairs, are in some subordinate role to them and would have voting power, what were the findings of this committee and of the researcher on this? Is this consistent? Is it logical that the so-called supervisors, as I said in another motion, of these positions would not have voting power, but that the subordinate positions would have voting power? Could this cause problems? Was it looked into by the committee?
So it was reflected upon by the committee in our work. This did come up in one of our meetings, and the reflection was that for these specific portfolios, Equity, Francophone Affairs, and in particular Indigenous Affairs, they are given a generally pretty significant latitude from the executive. Indigenous Affairs is treated almost like a service within SMU. It's given a lot of operational autonomy, and the executives overseeing those portfolios. I don't want to speak for the VPs, External and University Affairs, but generally for Equity, Indigenous Affairs, and Francophone Affairs, they're afforded a large degree of latitude, and so there shouldn't be that issue arising. All right. So with that, we do have time for one more question if there are any. Vice President, External Affairs.
I yield my time to the Councillor from Engineering.
Councillor Faki with a question.
This is just for the parliamentarian. Are the minutes not in the folder anymore?
In the Google Drive.
Yeah? No.
Oh, it's not there anymore. Oh, what happened?
I don't know. I have a motion for a recess very much in order from Senator Lametti. Is there a second? Councillor Chan, for how long? 2 minutes. Is there a second? Councillor Chan, so seconded. Thank you very much. Any other points or motions at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting a 2-minute recess? Opposed? The 2-minute recess is granted. I'll remind councillors we're going to call back to order in 1 minute. What are you going to do? Fire me? Yeah, do it. Thank you very much, councillors. I'd like to call us back to order at 19. Oh, let me unmute myself. Thank you very much, councillors. I'd like to call us back to order at 19:18. And so, with that, for those that want additional clarity, the report that I'm presenting in my capacity as governing documents researcher is the one that you see in the drive. For Councillor Faki, I would encourage you, if there are changes that you want made, for the benefit of councillors, to please kindly reintroduce them as a new amendment if you feel the need to do so. And so with that, we did exhaust our 5-minute question period on the report. I will ask if there's a desire to extend the question period on the report. Seeing no such desire to extend the question period, we'll move into debate. Debate shall be on the recommendation, which is, sorry, 1 second, I see VP University Affairs, just bear with me. Well, the recommendation comes on page 23 in the conclusion. Be it resolved that the Student Society of McGill University Legislative Council adopt the recommendations contained in the report. And of course, Appendix A for the referendum question will be comprehensive to include all governance changes. Could I have somebody to move that motion, please? Move President, thank you. Second. Proxy for Councillor Platt, thank you very much. The motion having been moved and seconded is now on the floor. I'm happy to entertain debate. VP University Affairs.
Thank you. I don't know the proper numbering system to use, but I'd like to motion to strike what I believe is 8.2A, the voting restrictions on officers. Am I allowed to motivate? Yeah, so my sentiments were already expressed at the previous council meeting, but to briefly reiterate, I think that it's unwise to limit the voting power of officers for a couple of reasons. A, specifically because when officers run for positions at the society, we run on mandates, and one of the most effective ways to enact these mandates is to pass resolutions of council or to otherwise express those opinions at council. All officers are voted upon democratically the previous academic year, so there's nothing undemocratic happening there. Moreover, there are often times in which officers are privy to certain information of the society that may not be privy to other councillors, which would warrant the passage of certain motions unwise in an operational standpoint. So, for example, the motion that was brought forward about the Gertz reopening fee, I believe partially was voted down because of officer votes. And while, again, I'm not here to trash Gertz, love Gertz, think that it was operationally unwise, and so that might not have happened without the officer vote. So I hereby motivate the striking of the officer vote lowering.
Thank you very much. I have a motion from the Vice President of University Affairs to strike that section from the report. Yeah, 8.2A. Got it? And is there somebody willing to second that change? Vice President Internal Affairs, thank you very much. We'll now enter debate strictly on the amendment. Those individuals wanting to speak to the amendment, please raise your placards. Vice President External Affairs.
So I believe I've made my own sentiments known as to the legitimacy of election platforms. Just to remind everyone that it's prudent at the end of an academic year, the last couple of ledge councils, we should be mandating executives to do things so that people aren't just sort of like going off like, oh, we don't know what to do, so we're going to try to do our best. Like, it's kind of everyone's job, and you signed up for this to make sure that between meetings of the legislative council, execs have the proper guidance from your constituents. So when they run on platforms, sure, like that's because they talk to people and people were like, we want you to work on this. So for example, Bill 21. But we should be going clause by clause through those mandates and be it resolved that next year the president's highest priority will be X. Next year another priority of the president will be Y, Z. Like we should be formalizing election platforms because as they stand, they're not governance documents. This might assuage some of the concerns of the VP University Affairs. Understand that other aspects of the mandate are important, but like make sure that we're also mandating executives to do things. Yeah.
Thank you. Other debate on this amendment. Senator Lametti.
Thank you. With respect, I disagree with this amendment from the VP University Affairs for several reasons. The first reason,
Close to the microphone.
The first reason is that in the wide-ranging consultations done by this committee, a large number of people expressed that this is a change that they would like to see, the change being having voting power on council removed from the officers. And so as respect for the process and respect for the members that participate in the consultations, I think it behooves us to go forth with this recommendation, at least to put it towards the members, as it was found by the committee. The second reason is because the Legislative Council is even more representative of the will of the students than the executive, and presumably if the students vote for a certain platform, then they should also vote for representatives who will also be in favor of the platform. So if there's a disconnect between the platform and the will of the Legislative Council, I think that the Legislative Council should be superior to that of the platform because it is more representative, it changes better, there's always more consultation, I find. So for governance reasons, I think that it's better for the non-executive members of council.
Thank you very much, Senator Lametti. Other individuals wanting to speak to this amendment? Member from the gallery. So your name, constituency, and pronouns if you'd like to share them.
Yeah, okay. Alex Karasik, McGill Daily. So I'm going to preempt this by saying I don't actually have a necessarily strong standpoint on whether or not the officers should vote or not, but I will say I don't believe the argument that they won't be able to do their mandates holds much water. We look at the CSU, the Concordia Student Union, we can see that though their executives do not have the right to vote, they still have the right to present motions, and furthermore, they can still do their mandates. They have been able to. We can look at the campaign coordinator, for example, and see there has been success there. So, while there's certainly arguments to be made, I don't believe not being able to do our mandate, not being able to do the mandates would be such a concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, proxy for Councillor Platt.
Thank you. I echo Senator Lametti's stance. I believe this proposal should be struck and that we should move forward with removing voting rights from the executive. I believe one of the mandates of the Legislative Council is to hold the executive accountable for their actions, and because they would often vote in a block, which can often persuade or move a motion in favor of a direction or not, I think we should remove it for the sole purpose of holding them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other interventions on this amendment? Vice President, University Affairs.
So a couple of points, I guess, to first respond to Senator Lametti's point, well taken. However, I think that the argument about democratically voting for your officers and also your counselors doesn't hold too much merit in my mind because, for example, you can have in the U.S. electoral system a popular vote for the president be a certain way, but then on the House of Representatives it can be of a different party than the president, which is the same as saying that the whole student body is voting for an officer, but the education or graduate society might vote for a differently leaning individual that would be sitting on council and so on and so forth. So to that argument, I don't personally agree. Secondly, with regards to the putting it to the membership, I do agree. However, I think it's worth noting that this addition to the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee, correct me if I'm wrong, please, did originate in a more recent version. I believe that the first draft of the report that was presented to council this academic year did not include the provision for the removal of officers. So I think that this is and for example, this involves moving 6 whole votes from council, whereas other propositions would involve the addition or removal of single votes at a time. I think this is something that is a huge change to council and deserves more consideration and comment before it's put to a vote because it is a new change relatively. All right.
Thank you very much, Vice President, University Affairs. Vice President, Councillor Budkar.
Just to talk about a few points that the previous executive just brought up. In terms of representation, I believe that us as a council should be representative of our students, which is why we are all individually voted upon by our constituents, and we are voted upon by significantly smaller cohorts of people than the executives, which is why it would be more representative of the exact faculties that we represent. Additionally, in terms of how new this edition is, this was added after the consultations, and it was explicitly added after looking at other student unions and seeing that even in our student union, the executive tends to vote in a block, which means it's very easy to sway votes. And as we've seen previously in this very year, it's certain contentious topics can be voted to the exact vote. And it's very hard to kind of see that if you see, say, 6 votes on one side, that would sway it in quite a sizable way. So I think it's very important, not necessarily to just remove these votes, but to keep in mind that us as a council are very representative of our constituents, and that executives are free to come and bring their voices and bring their opinions. This does not restrict that, but it does keep in mind that their votes are generally solely based on themselves, while we...
Thank you very much, Councillor Budkar. Councillor Faki.
Thank you. This is just in response to the statements that they vote in a block. I believe the executives are the most knowledgeable about the affairs of the SSMU. And so if they end up voting in a way as a block collectively, I believe, like from a SMU member's point of view, that they have the most experience within this. And yeah, if they all think the same way, then it's how it should probably go ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Marcoux.
In a concern for time, I think that everyone's made up their minds. Can we proceed to a vote?
Motion to call the question. Is there a second? Vice President, University Affairs, on a point of order.
I feel like we should make a practice of not ending debate when there's clearly still placards up. That's happened multiple times this past year.
Unfortunately, the member does have the prerogative to call the question. Vice President, External Affairs.
I believe the representative from engineering didn't actually call the question, but rather said that people have made up their minds. I'm also aware that we're not actually allowed to make a motion in the middle of a deliberation, from my understanding. And this is
Was that a motion to call the question, Councillor Marcoux? Yes, it was.
Can the recording secretary read back what was said, by any chance?
Okay, so Councillor Marcoux said concern for time. He thinks that everyone has made up their mind, and then in which Speaker Jamal asked, he said that's a motion to call the question.
And so Councillor Marcoux has made the motion. Is there a second for the motion to call the question? Proxy for Councillor Platt. Thank you very much. The motion has been moved and seconded. Are there any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Seeing other points or motions, all those in favor of calling the question on this amendment, please raise your placards. If you're going to vote, placards up, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see 17. All those opposed? I see 7. With a clear 2/3 majority, the question has been called. The question is on the matter of the amendment. The matter of the amendment is to strike Section 2, Reformed Composition of the Legislative Council, 8.2a. Is everybody clear on what we're voting on, or do individuals would explanation benefit? Explanation benefit? The proposal in the report is to take voting rights away from officers on the Legislative Council. If you, Vice President University Affairs Wilson's motion would be to ensure that officers retain the vote on Legislative Council. So when I ask for votes, if you are in favor of the amendment, you are in favor of officers retaining their votes on council. If you are opposed to the amendment, you are opposed to officers retaining their vote on council. Is that clear? Yes? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see 8. All those opposed? IC 15, those abstaining. Noting 2 abstentions, a clear, simple majority, and therefore the amendment fails. The recommendation of the report shall remain that officers will not have the right to vote on the Legislative Council. Returning then to debate on the main report, Councillor Fecky.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to move to strike page 18.
So, sorry, is that page 18 by like the page number in the bottom right corner?
Yes.
Okay.
In the PDF format.
Okay, page 18. So you want to strike every instance of following vacancies?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be page 18. So section 7 of the report, 7.4, quorum and procedure. The strike of following vacancies, and also on page 19. 7.6, resolution writing following vacancies. Those 3 changes?
Yes, please.
Okay, so to strike what's highlighted in yellow, which I've done now. 18 and 19. That's odd.
Yeah, at the end of that page. That's it. Only, yeah.
Those 3. So let me have them in different color. You do have 2 minutes to motivate if you'd like.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if you remember, we went over this last council. We did vote to cancel these, but yeah, the CGRC commission chair has the authority to bring it back. But yeah, we voted to delete this. Again, to motivate it is that this says if there are less board members on the board, they can lower quorum. I do not believe that's the right way to go. You should keep quorum where it is. These individuals are deciding the fate of the society. It needs to be as many people as possible. We improve the smooth procedures in hiring new directors, not lowering quorum when you don't have enough people to vote.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Fecky is moving that amendment. Is there a second? Vice President External Affairs, thank you very much. The amendment has been moved and seconded. Anybody wanting to speak to the amendment, either for or against? Vice President External Affairs.
Yeah, it removes the incentive of the board to fill vacancies, like plain and simple. You want to have more voices in the room so that people can bounce ideas off. Sometimes people come with new information. People come from all different areas of the university. You want a variety of perspectives. So that's why I'll be voting in favor of the amendment.
Thank you very much. SMU President.
To echo what I stated at the previous Legislative Council, I've had experience on the Board of Directors for 2 years now, and last year we had significant issues with being able to meet quorum for certain meetings, and that got in the way of us being able to dispense with the business of the society in a very timely and efficient way, which is why I am in support of this. I disagree that it would remove the incentive to fill vacancies quickly. It's really important that we do have a very representative sample. And I trust that the Board of Directors and executives and legislative councils in the future would hold that to account in terms of being able to do that in a timely fashion, which is why I will be voting against this amendment, and I urge others to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other debate on this amendment? Proxy for Councillor Platt.
This is a point of parliamentary inquiry, but can Board of Directors members send proxies in their place?
No, they may not. So, point of parliamentary inquiry. Thank you, Proxy for Councillor Platt. Members of the Board of Directors may not send proxies. Each member of the Board of Directors is registered with the Quebec Corporations Register. Only those individuals on the corporate register with the Government of Quebec are entitled to cast a vote on the Board of Directors, and so proxies are not permitted in any instance. With that, other debate on this amendment. Proxy, no, it's not proxy. Vice President External Affairs.
Yeah, just as an alternative suggestion, if there's a difficulty in meeting quorum, I would suggest working with the service representative to reach marginalized and otherwise underrepresented groups, because they tend to represent a lot of those voices. I don't know how much effort has been done to work with the service representative this year and last year in order to fill those vacancies. I can't speak to last year's Board of Directors. We don't have a particularly diverse board most years.
Thank you. Member from the gallery.
Thanks. I didn't understand the purpose of this amendment at first. I thought it was to avoid redundancy, because without the phrase following vacancies, I would read that paragraph the same way. Less than a majority of the voting directors are present. I would read the voting directors not to include people who don't exist if there are vacancies.
Thank you. Other debate on this amendment? SMU President.
I believe right now our board of directors is a full slate, but I do agree that representation is an issue. Specifically talking about this situation, there was one point in my first year on the board where the membership dropped to 8, and quorum for any in-person meeting is 7, as well as any email approval of any motion requires 8 directors. So in that case, it got very, very close for the board of directors to be unable to discharge their duties properly. In the case that it drops below 7, I believe the only way to be able to reappoint new members at that point in time is either to call a special general assembly or to conduct a referendum for that purpose. And again, this would create a more onerous process in order for us to dispense with our business. I would trust that the remainder of the board of directors that still sit on the board have the best judgment in terms of making the decision, which is why, again, I am not in favor of this amendment.
Thank you very much. Other debate on this proposed amendment? VP Finance?
Yeah, so I would be very concerned about a board of directors that could meet with a quorum lower than 7. From my experience, firstly, most of the pressing business of the board, if the board cannot meet, can be dispensed with by the executive committee, and our governing documents do allow for that to happen. So in a case like that, what would happen was the executive committee would vote to take appropriate measures, and then that would be reported back to the board of directors, who could then change, modify, overturn the decision of the executive committee to the degree that it is feasible. Secondly, there seems to be no shortage of candidates from the board of directors, at least from my time as parliamentarian. Last year we received 24 applications for 2 positions on the board. So it shouldn't be too difficult to fill. I know that it's a lot of paperwork, and I know it is a lot of work to just dispense with non-com in general, but there should be no reason that we can't keep the board fully, with all of its members. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Other interventions on this proposed amendment? Councillor Marcoux.
In a concern for time, I'd like to call the question.
I have a motion to call the question, which is very much in order. Is there a second? Councillor Mackey, thank you very much. Are there any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Seeing no other points or motions, all those in favor of calling the question, please raise your placards. Opposed? We'll note 3 opposed, but I did see a clear 2/3 majority, and so the question has been called. The question is on the matter of this amendment, which is to strike this phrase "following vacancies" from Section 7 of the report at point 7.4 and 7.6. I'll just provide some clarifying words again, just like I did for the last motion. If you vote in favor of the amendment, you are in favor of striking the words "following vacancies" from the paragraphs as shown in red. If you vote against the amendment, you do not support striking the words "following vacancies" from the paragraphs. Is everybody clear? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your placards and keep them up, please. Placards up again, please. Are you up or down, Lametti? I see 17. All those opposed? I see 7, and so with a clear majority, the amendment carries. We will strike something unclear, Councillor Mackey? And we'll do the same here. Returning to debate on the main motion, which is the content of the report. Any further debate? SMU President.
I'd just like to thank the governing documents researcher for his work on creating this document and holding consultations. It does take a lot of work, and seeing as we are now in January and it's less than 3 months until referendum period, the committee should be free to dispense with the rest of its work, and I encourage all members to vote in favor of this as amended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further debate? I see no further debate, and so with is that Vice President External Affairs?
I just want to once again echo my sentiments. I know we're knocking off six votes. I think that large faculties have a disproportionate say in the affairs of the society. I think there's already a perception that SMU works for arts and science students. Yeah. So I think that one vote per association is fairly pertinent. I know that there's been some disagreement about that, but it's also in line with our own provincial asks for our associations. So to keep that in mind.
Thank you very much. I was going to close debate, but evidently we sparked a new conversation, which is wonderful. And so, Councillor Chase. Councillor Chase.
On that topic of conversation, I want to point out that if you were to look at the faculties of each counselor, you'll notice that the executive is almost predominantly arts. But when you remove them, council will have much less arts than in proportion. So I think that removing executive, while yes, it will have disproportionate amount of arts students, it will be able to start a bigger conversation of focusing SMU on faculties that are just not arts. So perhaps maybe we'll get more events than just ones that are relevant to art students. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. Other debate on the report as a whole as amended? Senator Lametti. I'd just like to briefly intervene. It is incredibly important for all members of council to please engage in sober debate. I strongly encourage it. I revel in the fact that individuals are engaging with the topic of governance review and governance reform. So I sincerely do thank you for your comments and your interventions. And so with that, Senator Lametti.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion.
Senator Lametti.
It's a brief amendment on page 29.
You'll note that
19,
amendments
19.
must be, it's fine, you know what, it's a report. What's your amendment?
So I'd like to change in the 6th paragraph on the page, the word for parenthetical 4 to 2 parenthetical 2.
Could you repeat the page number and?
It's on page 19 in the 6th paragraph.
Okay.
And it says to a maximum of 4, and I would like to amend that to a maximum of 2. I'm referring to the page number that I have in the drive. I don't know if it's the same.
You have 2 minutes, Senator Lametti, if you'd like to motivate.
Thank you. So in the same vein as what was expressed by the VP External Affairs, I am personally a fan of one association, one vote. I think most other places in Quebec function that way. However, I do recognize that there has been a historical convention to grant more votes to the larger faculties at McGill, and so I want to strike a better balance. As for the new balance, if this is approved at a referendum, the executives losing their vote, there will also be the addition of 3 commissioners who often historically have also come from the Faculty of Arts, and even though they're representing other groups, with a smaller council and different composition, I don't think it is clear to say that arts will have a lesser share of the vote, if we assume that everyone who is in arts is part of the arts share of the vote. So I'd just like to know the opinion of council regarding a change of the balancing. I think it would give more voice to the faculties that are historically underrepresented because they have smaller numbers. They don't have the possibility to be as involved in the affairs of the society as the larger faculties.
Thank you very much. The amendment has been moved. I need a seconder. Proxy for Councillor Platt. Thank you very much. We'll now to debate on the amendment. Individuals wanting to speak to the amendment? Vice President University Affairs has been waiting very patiently.
Simply because this is a brand new amendment being introduced in the 11th hour, and we've not seen a version of the report with that. I personally disagree with discussing that right now. I think there's, again, definitely time to have that conversation. As an art student, I'm not personally offended. Like, there's a lot of us, I get it. But I do think that conversation should be had in a lot more extensiveness, similar to the conversation that was had about the Arts and Science Counselor, the Environment Counselor. I think if we're going to strike 2 whole counselors right now, there should be a longer conversation about that ahead of time.
Thank you. Other individuals wanting to intervene on this amendment? Let's go to SMU President.
Would it be possible to commit this amendment to the CGRC?
It would be possible to commit this amendment to CGRC.
Yeah.
Would you like to do that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. So I have a motion to commit this amendment to the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee, essentially setting it aside from this report, and then the committee could reflect on this proposed amendment and then come back with it in another iteration of the report. So SMU President is moving to commit this to the CGRC. Is there a second for that? Vice President External Affairs, thank you very much. This is debatable. We'll just note the departure of the Vice President Finance at 1947. This is debatable. Individuals wanting to speak to whether or not this should be committed to the CGRC. I'll go SMU President first.
Thanks. I completely agree with VP Wilson's sentiments on this. I wouldn't want us to make a rash decision on this, considering this really alters the very nature of whether we're a federation of different faculty associations or a truly representative body according to one vote, one member. So, or one vote per student per member. Yeah, you get what I mean. So essentially I want us to do a little bit more consultation with regards to this to see perhaps a maximum of 2, 1 vote per faculty, or maintaining the representative nature and have that be discussed, debated, and have further consultation on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to intervene on the motion to commit this to CGRC, Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. So for the record and those here, I'd just like to say that I did submit a similar thought in my submission to the committee, and I think others did as well. So there has been some discussion of it. It just hasn't taken place in this forum, and I think it's important to recognize that. That being said, I don't have any hard feelings regarding commitment or not. I realize this would be a big change, in a way, change historical convention, but I do think it's an idea that's worth looking at in the way that we understand representation at council. It's not simply a matter of voting power and numbers. It's a bit more complicated than that, and I think that this report has already recognized that in a way in some of the other recommendations, and I feel like this would be consistent with the rest. But if you think committing is better, I'm open to that as well.
Thank you very much. Other interventions on committing this to CGRC? Councillor Kay.
Two things. The first is I agree with the President and VPUA's sentiments about further thinking about this issue, but I would also like to caution us as a council to limit the labor of the speaker because he has invested so much time in doing this and it's been a while. And also due to resignation and other things, just taking that into account. And the other thing I want to say is I don't know if it's so smart to take down the number of representatives because arts may be overrepresented. Instead, thinking of other ways to get other faculties that are historically underrepresented more represented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chen.
Yeah, in that vein, to my colleague over there, we've seen this document several times in several meetings, and each time we seem to commit it back to committee, or we find something we don't like and we say, Speaker, please fix this. And while that's true, and it is, there's a lot of things that make various people uncomfortable in this report, I feel like we have to eventually address it sometime. Now is a good time as any. And so I think that it's probably best that we just have this conversation now instead of sending it back to report for the umpteenth time.
Thank you very much. Other debate specifically on committing this back to the CGRC? Vice President Internal Affairs.
Cool. If the point of committing it back to CGRC is so that CGRC can get more consultation and do more review, most of the people that show up to consultation are in this room. It's very rare that even if we hold a consultation session, all of us are going to show up to consult on this one amendment. I would argue strongly against giving it back to CGRC and let's just have that consultation, even if it's quick, like 10, 15 minutes right now, and move on with this. Because as I think Councillor Chan said, we've seen this, like 3 times now, and if we send it back every single time for quick amendments here and there, what's really the point of council other than just saying, hey, we don't like this, change it, if we can just change it here.
Thank you. Councillor Faki.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I feel like committing this back to CRC, although it has its advantages where you could bring in your jazz into this. I don't know what adjective I wanted, but yeah. But yeah, I also think, like, as mentioned before, we're the only ones that show up there, and not even all of us show up there. So you're giving more voice to the ones that do show up rather than the ones that don't show up. So, yeah.
Thank you. Other interventions on committing this back to CGRC? VP University Affairs.
Maybe more of a point. Wasn't the motion just to commit the that specific question to CGRC, and the rest of the report we can vote on right now? So to clarify, like, the question of representative governance could be a totally different thing for next year. Not to say it won't happen, but that, like, that doesn't preclude us from voting on the work that's been done so far, correct?
So as a point of parliamentary inquiry, that is correct. The president's motion is only to commit back the issue of representativeness on legislative council. So specifically, the questions would be: do we move to one faculty, one vote? Do we proceed with Senator Lameti's proposed amendment of a maximum of 2 votes per faculty, or do we continue with status quo of a maximum of 4 votes per 2,000 students per faculty, or something else? So the president is only, from my understanding, the motion is only to commit that question. So it would be to set it aside from the rest of the report, and that's what would be committed back to CGRC. Other interventions, proxy for Councillor Platt.
Thank you. I'd like to echo the sentiments that we should just deal with this tonight. This is not a very complicated thing. I think we all understand what it means to limit it from 4 to 2, and therefore we should just vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President, External Affairs.
I'm going to say, on the subject of committing, since that's, or not doing that, either way, I think generally raises, the drawback to limiting the amount of seats is the amount of consultation that can be done by fewer people. But I think this raises an interesting point of faculties holding general assemblies more often, and also the SMU holding general assemblies more often. Like, people should be allowed to come and discuss points and political orientations and things in ways that aren't, like, very constrained by governance. Like, as we saw last semester, Legislative Council isn't perhaps the proper forum to have very open, germane discussions about certain topics because it's fairly restricted by governance. So I would say if we do end up restricting the number of votes, which I support, faculties maybe should have some general assemblies, do class tours at the beginning of the semesters, bring their students into the faculty and have general assemblies with them. That's why this sort of structure works at the universities, because we bring students in.
Thank you. Other interventions? Is there those that haven't commented yet? Councillor Marcoux.
Thank you, Speaker. We just spent 7 minutes talking about if we should talk about this. Can we just move to a vote on sending this to CGRC or not?
Vice President, University Affairs, on a point of order. Can you wait for a microphone, please?
Like, can we please stop calling the question? There's clearly other things to be said about this, and, like, I think the conversation about whether or not to have a conversation on it is a conversation worth happening, and I hate myself for having to say that, but, like, it is. Can we please, like, stop doing that?
Unfortunately, Vice President, University Affairs, this is not a point of order, so the point of order is not well taken. Councillor Marcoux, was that a motion to call the question? Yes, it was. Is there somebody will? Councillors, Councillor Marcoux has motion to call the question. Is there a second? Proxy for Councillor Platt. Thank you very much. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your placards. Opposed? It's procedural. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I saw a clear 2/3 majority. The question has been called. The question is now on whether or not this change is committed to CGRC. I will again provide an explanatory note. If you vote in favor, you want to commit the issue of the representation on Legislative Council to CGRC. If you vote opposed, you do not want it sent to CGRC and presumably want to have that discussion now. All those in favor of committing this to CGRC, please raise your placards and keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 6. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 16. And so with that, the motion to commit fails. And so we will return to discussion of the amendment and only the amendment. Vice President Internal. Is that amenable to members over here? So either you can turn on the AC or open a window as you prefer. And then if it gets cold, just raise a point of personal privilege and we'll close them again. Councilors. So that was a point of personal privilege from the Vice President Internal Affairs. Thank you very much. SMU President.
Thanks. So I am disappointed that we didn't move forward with the deferral, but that's okay. I'll speak to my thoughts on this. Specifically, I have concerns about taking such a big decision now, considering we have yet to do consultations with the faculty associations whose representation for their SMU representatives are ingrained in their own constitutions. So by starting to change it now without being able to do that and having a process in place to have them change their constitutions to have it in line with what we have, if we were to pass this would create discord at this point, and that's the opposite of what exactly I believe we're trying to do here. For any change of this magnitude and the other connecting parts to this, I wouldn't be amenable to changing it now. However, at the next CGRC meeting, I would definitely want to have a conversation about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will note the departure of Councillor Wright attending by teleconference for approximately 20 minutes at 19:58. Councillor Wright, you're excused. Councillor Chan.
Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiments made by the president about the significance of this change, especially too since election period is coming up, and so for the AUS Constitution, for example, we would be having 3 arts reps going up for election next year, and so there would be a discord that isn't a trivial difference between that, and there would be like a lot of ambiguity because according to our rules, we need 3, according to SMU rules, we need 2, and so I think that we shouldn't just willy-nilly change at this late in the game in the government's review process, going from what would effect be 3 to 2 AUS councillors with such short notice and so late again in the process of this report on its 3rd reading here in council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dan DeMoody.
Just in terms of the ratio for every 2,000 students, I think it is very important that we as representatives take a lot of time to hold office hours and are assigned, not actually assigned, but are responsible for, in part, 2,000 students. So I think that's part of why the ratio exists, that the more students there are, the more representatives there should be, to have more opportunities for these students in the faculty to find more points of contact for them to share what they believe in and get their voices to be heard.
Thank you. Privilege from Councillor, Vice President University Affairs.
A couple of councils ago, didn't we make a 2-hour, every 2 hours a recess rule?
So, sorry, we called to order, so on a point of personal privilege, thank you, VP University Affairs. We called to order 15 minutes late, so our recess will be at 8:15. 8:16, the recording secretary has informed me, 8:16. And yes, it will be a recess, because we did pass that motion, you are correct. Councillor Jayani.
I don't wish to complicate things, but it also affects the VP external role of the AUS. I'm typically not elected just to sit on SMU, but my role in the Constitution states that I have to sit on SMU. So I do agree that this should go back to further consultation to CGRC and should be discussed with the AUS as well.
Thank you very much. Other interventions on this proposed amendment. Senator Lametti.
Thank you. So I take strong issue with the statements from the 3 previous arts councillors who have just spoken. I don't think that the constitutions of the AUS or the rights of the AUS take precedence over what the entire SMU membership would vote for in a referendum to determine its own governing bodies. I don't think that makes much sense. If the entire SMU membership were to approve this change as amended, then I think it would be incumbent upon the Faculty of Arts to review its governance structure to send the appropriate number of members from its constituency to SMU. To me, that's not a problem. And if this were to pass in referendum, it would also be abundantly clear to arts members what sort of representation they are entitled to have. So I don't really think that's an issue. Now, as to the 2,000 members rule, that's an arbitrary number was picked. I don't think necessarily having more representatives creates better representation. Representation is a function of how widely consultation is done, how efficient the intra-faculty mechanisms are to get opinions, make decisions. So I don't
Thank
think
you very
having more
much,
people makes a
Senator Lametti. Do I see Councillor Boucard? Did you want to intervene? No? Let's go to Councillor Fecky.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, this goes back to the ratio of number of people to number of councillors. I understand that for every 2,000, you would have 4, but I feel like there's two sides of it. You either have one representative or one for every 2,000. Choosing it in between doesn't really do it justice because, for example, engineering has 2, but now also arts has 2. So is it just going to be a threshold that people need to, or faculties need to go over? Or is it just, for every 2,000 you get 2? Because that also gives false representation. So if I think we're going to lower it, I'm suggesting 1 per faculty. Or if not, then I believe that it should stay per number of students in the faculty.
Thank you very much. Vice President, External Affairs.
Thanks. So I have 3 things to say. One, these changes will only be implemented at the end of year, so it doesn't necessarily screw up things right now. In terms of consultation with membership, this came up twice at council and also in multiple meetings of the CGRC, so this realistically should have been brought back to faculty councils at this point. Thirdly, in terms of consultation with the student body writ large, it's the responsibility not just of the reps, all of them, to conduct consultation with their student body, and then the representative comes to this federative meeting and voices that consultation. So if you have less counselors, again, it becomes incumbent upon the faculty itself to bring people into their activities writ large, have conversations, whatever, the VP comms of a faculty, the VP internal of a faculty also receives aspects of consultation. It's not just up to the counselors during their office hours. People within a faculty should be talking to each other as well.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Boutkar.
I think that this issue is not only about what kind of representation we have in terms of what you're saying to council, it's also in terms of voting. Because when you consider a very small faculty, say music, has a very small number of people in comparison to say science or arts, and in that respect, having the same number of votes for music and science would very disproportionately change the number of the ways that people can really interact with council, because you have say up to 2,000 people with the same voice as maybe 500, right? And that's not a easy thing to talk about and not an easy thing to think about really when you consider that there's such power given to a very small minority of people in comparison to a much larger majority of people who don't really have a voice if you remove that many councillors.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kay.
I want to speak to the day-by-day workload of the AUS representatives. By reducing the number of AUS representatives, I mean, I can only speak for arts because I'm also in arts. Each one of them sits on a SMU committee and an AUS committee. So let's say library committee, finance committee. And by reducing the amount of representatives, you're reducing the amount of representation of art students within committees. So let's say a SMU committee won't have any art students because if there's only 1 or 2 representatives, then they won't be there. That's a problem.
I'm not sure if individuals want to hear the interventions of the governing documents researcher at any time, but if they do wish to do that, someone could yield their time. VP Student Life. Oh, I didn't mean right away, but okay. In super brief, for additional context for counselors, yes, you are correct. The issue of either one vote per faculty or lowering threshold did come up at CGRC. Not during the public consultations to my memory, but it was brought up by members of the committee. At each iteration throughout the process, in committee, that issue was generally set aside. The rationale being, in one part operational, oh God, 1 minute is not a lot of time, in one part operational, because the Legislative Council has about 20 committees that have mandated numbers of seats. And so if we begin to remove too many seats from council, that would mean councillors doubling or tripling up on their SMU committee work. So there's an operational aspect to it. I'm going to gavel myself at 15 seconds. There is another aspect of, as was mentioned, the historical kind of context of SMU being a federative body, and bringing together faculty associations rather than being a truly kind of representative one faculty, one vote, and that's my time. So, Councillor Chase.
I do believe that reducing art seats this way has a lot of unintended consequences that I know for sure will happen. The first being what Councillor Chan has alluded to, of which if this occurs, we won't know about this until after AUS elections. So we know for sure there are going to be 3 arts reps elected that we will then have to basically fire one of them. We're also going to have issues where arts is a very large faculty, and it means that it's a very diverse faculty. And so having 3 arts representatives and also the VP external means that arts voices are able to be more accurately represented, which is what is enshrined in our Constitution. So that's one benefit to having multiple members representing.
On the table. You have 15 seconds. You're done? Okay. With that, I'll go to proxy for Councillor Platt.
Thank you. As a student from one of the smallest faculties, and as a student who was never involved in student politics until this year, I really just wish to echo the sentiment that small faculties feel like SMU is just an organization of art students at a higher level. And a big reason many people in my faculty do not get involved is because they see it as an activity for art students. That's why I will strongly be supporting the amendment presented by Senator Lametti. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Putkar.
Quick thing. No offense to everyone in arts here, but this is not an arts thing. Like, science is affected too. There are other faculties affected by this as well. Please, this is not just, oh, I'm arts, arts is important. This is about everybody and about SMU. So please keep that in mind when you're talking about, oh, arts, like SMU's about arts. Like, I understand there are a lot of people in arts here, but this vote is not just arts.
Thank you very much. Other interventions on this amendment? Member from the gallery. That one, and then I'll go to you.
Hey, Alex Krasik, McGill Daily. I have one concern, which is in response to the proxy for Senator Platt, which is, yes, I think there's a strong argument that can be made that this that people see SMU as an arts-heavy thing, but I don't know if the reason is that there's a lot of arts people on SMU as opposed to student governance in general is usually associated with politics and with arts. So I'm not so sure about that specific argument. Thank you.
Thank you. Other member from the gallery.
I agree with Councillor Butkar's point about science. This does affect science too, but I think I've noticed the same thing the proxy for Senator Platt mentioned, or Councillor Platt mentioned, about seeing SMU as an arts thing. I think that's also true among science students. So I think that even though we have 3 representatives here, I think that probably supports the member from the galleries, the other member from the gallery's point about that maybe not being because of the lack of representation.
Thank you very much. Other interventions? Councillor Fecki.
Thank you, Speaker. I think also the main talking point should be, are we representing students per number or are we representing faculties? Because you could assume that people within faculties are going to have the same views, the same needs, so you only need one voice representing them. But if you're representing people like per person, per head, like then you would need a ratio representation. So this hasn't been brought up, and I feel like this is the main thing that needs to be talked about. So yeah, if anyone else wants to bring, yeah.
Thank you very much. Other interventions, Moo President.
Thanks. I'd like to move a sub-amendment.
It's very much in order, so Moo President.
Yeah, I move that we strike everything. So 8.2, one counselor appointed, and then everything after that until in accordance. So appointed to.
So everything that's highlighted there.
Appointed. Until counselors. So for every 2,000 until 2 counselors.
Or part thereof. Or for every 2,000 students in accordance.
Yeah, right there.
So I hesitate because that doesn't specifically amend Senator Lameti's amendment.
Essentially, what it would do is reduce it from maximum of 2 counselors to maximum of 1, but just clean it up. So,
I mean, could you clarify?
So essentially, I am amending this to be 1 vote, 1 faculty.
Okay, so it would read 1 counselor appointed for every 2,000 students.
No. 1 counselor appointed in accordance with the procedure set out by that constituency.
In accordance with the procedure, okay.
Or wait, sorry, 1 counselor appointed by the following faculties or schools in accordance with the procedure set out by that constituency.
So this is why I request amendments in writing.
Yes, I will do that in writing right now for you.
Thank you. Senator Lameti on a point of order. Can you wait for a microphone, please?
So I don't know if the chair would agree with me on this, but I believe that this would denature the amendment I'm proposing, and as such, I think it would be better to address them sequentially, if this is the case.
Yeah, so thank you, Senator Lameti. The point of order is well taken, hence why I caution this Moo President on perhaps not being a germane amendment at this time, because it doesn't directly pertain to changing the nature of Senator Lameti's specific amendment. So with that, I thank the Senator for the point of order. I'm going to take this opportunity to declare our 10-minute recess slightly early. So we're going to enter a 10-minute recess at 2014. Counselors, please be back in this room by 2024. I'm not done yet. A reminder that coming back to the room late will be referred to the Accountability Committee. Also a reminder that during this break, it is also a break for the dais as staff. It is not an opportunity to come up and ask us questions. We'll take our recess now. put up the like recess screen, right? On the live stream.
For recess, I don't put a thing because
Oh,
I
for
don't.
Christ's sake, Yasmin!
Well, because I want people to know that it's still like happening. That it's just like they hear that it's recess and then they can see people like moving around. Don't worry, you're all good.
Frick.
You're
Why
all
do I have like my mouth
no
full?
no one's watching.
No one's watching. No, we're gonna watch it later because it's immortalized in the live stream, Yasmin. I'm not gonna get into Oxford now, Yasmin.
You've already got an A, you don't need to.
They're gonna see this and cancel my offer.
Oh my god.
Well, we don't want you here anymore. How are you doing, Annalise? You're still with us? You're just muted? Counselors, 4 minutes remaining in the recess. 4 minutes.
So
2 minutes, counselors. 2 minutes to call back to order.
I'm like, wow, I really can't keep up anymore. It's like I've just lost all process of control with them. No, as late.
You try talking proxies over here? I'm sure that would be fine. We want you to rewrite a constitution.
Oh,
The square.
I just want to see if your name was on it. No, it's okay. Not yet.
1 minute. 1 minute, counselors. Seconds, counselors. 30 seconds to call back order.
I think it's usually 4. I am very
The time is now 2024. We will call back to order. And with that, we will note the late returns of Vice President External Affairs, Guiaz de Amsel, Councillor Marcoux, Councillor Dixon, VP University Affairs, VP Internal, and SMU President. Vice President External Affairs.
If the time is currently 8:24, as it is on my laptop, does that constitute a late arrival?
We call back to order at 8:24.
Correct. It is
Bodies
currently
must be
8:24.
in the room in their seats when I call back to order.
It's 8:24.
I have called back to order.
At 8:24.
At the time I bang my gavel, that's when order is called. So no, Vice President of External Affairs, we're not going to have a discussion about this. If you have an issue with that, I would encourage you to take it to Accountability Committee. This is not the forum for it. And so with that, we'll note the arrival of Councillor Wright, who had previously attended by teleconference, now in person. You can get your placard over there, or you can use Kevin's. It's up to you. Okay. Senator Lametti. We will resume debate on the amendment, which is, as presented in red, Councillor Kay.
Hi. I wanted to refer back to comments about this not being an arts issue. The only reason I was speaking to arts is because I am the club's representative, but happen to also be in arts. My seat could gladly be a PTOT seat, an engineering seat, an environment seat, a music seat, whoever wanted to be here, but it just turned out that I ran for it. So, I'm really sorry. I don't mean that to be mean.
Thank you very much. Other interventions on this amendment? Proxy for Councillor Wu for the first intervention.
Hi. Good. So the only thing I want to point out here is that SSMU is the Student Society of McGill University, students of McGill. So any seat should be representing McGill students. If you limit it to one seat per faculty, you are then representing faculties and not students in proportion of number. Every voice should be heard, and the more people you can have representing each individual voice, the more accurate representation you can have of those students. So I do believe that SSMU should keep their, I don't know what this is, but this, as a representation in terms of number and not faculties.
Thank you. Other interventions? Councillor Mackey.
So just speaking as someone from one of the baby faculties, I personally, I understand the sentiment coming from the small faculties, but I do have concerns because personally I find that doing my job of consultation is already quite difficult for the amount of students that I have. So I couldn't imagine having 2 students working on this for the entirety of arts. So I would just say from an internal perspective of AUS or SUS, sorry, not just arts, that it could be problematic just because it might be too much of a workload on the students given how many students are in these faculties.
Thank you. Vice President, External Affairs.
Thanks. So just to reiterate a point that I've already made, faculties have a job as an entirety of soliciting consultation and shouldn't be putting it on 1 or 2 people in the first place. Also, I think that the reality that's raised by the counselor from law might be moderately specific to their faculty because law students have an insane amount of work as compared to other faculties. So art students, and particularly, also to some degree science students, though from my understanding there are labs which are mandatory, and so anyway, there's conversations about how much time you have to be in class. But I think it's relevant that the rest of the faculty should be helping out. Yeah, and I forget the last thing I was going to say.
Thank you very much. You can't just say motion to get recognition. It'll be when I come to you. Councillor Chan. I thank you, proxy for Councillor Platt, but no.
We good. Okay, thank you. I just want to address this notion about this being a motion about arts. I think that SSMU is inherently a political body, and I hope that we would all agree with that. And politics is by and large studied by students in arts. And so, look, this whole discussion about representative democracy versus federation is a question of political theory. Later on, we will be discussing Bill 21, which is a political act by a political government. There's no way that we can separate what SSMU does with politics. And so the idea that this is the perception that this is an arts kid space, I don't think that taking away 2 arts representatives will take away that perception any more that we can get away with the perception that we all sit around until midnight to pad our resumes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Das for the first intervention.
Thank you, Speaker. I know this isn't an arts issue, but I'm going to use arts as the example if that's okay. But considering that arts is the largest...
Sorry, I do apologize. I'll note for proxy for Councillor Wu, side conversations are not permitted when others have the floor for debate.
The fact that arts is the largest faculty, kind of like doing the math, doesn't that mean most international students are in arts, most first years are in arts? So if we just limit it to one or two representatives in SMU, we're not really representing all the different identities and demographics in our student body.
Thank you very much. Proxy for Councillor Wu for the first intervention. Point of personal privilege. So wait for a microphone and then...
May I be excused indefinitely?
We'll note the departure of proxy for Councillor Wu at 20:30. Other individuals wanting to intervene on this amendment? Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'd like to address some of the comments made by some of the Councillor for Science, Proxy Councillor for Science, as well as the arts representatives. The first thing is that I'd like to point out the irony that I've never in 3 years at SMU heard any complaints or points raised that the fact that among the smaller faculties, some have 80 students and some have 800 students, and yet they both get one seat. But the numerical disparity has never been brought up by anyone. The second thing is that throughout this whole report, there is no notion that faculties should receive representation by number. In fact, we are proposing to add seats for equity, Francophone affairs, and Indigenous students, not on the basis of numbers, but of diversity of ideas. And this is the overarching idea of the report. So the concept that there is a natural tendency to give more seats according to a certain arbitrary threshold of students is not present in these reflections. And I think that we have much to gain by reducing the size of council and having more members from the gallery and more members at large in committees. This is how we will achieve better diversity, better representation, not by having an expanding number of representatives according to the size of faculties.
Thank you very much, Senator Lametti. Let's go to Councillor Chase.
It's my opinion that 2 arts representatives or 1 extra science representative does not really change the nature of council in such a way that it's going to make the council arts-centric and unable to listen to the smaller faculties. I think that is something that lies elsewhere. But in order to prove this point, I'm going to ask the speaker for permission to leave temporarily in order to show that my absence from this room does not make it art-centric.
If the arts counselor is on a point of personal privilege requesting permission to leave the room, so granted to 2032. Councillors, decorum, please. Vice President, External Affairs.
Just to point out a small irony, if Councillor Chase is leaving the room and it doesn't have much of an effect, then why is everyone so bothered by having less arts counselors? That's one. 2, just to raise a point of institutional memory from last year, a lot of people were upset about the Poly 339 vote because although there was a diversity of opinion in arts, all of the arts counselors voted as a block. So this becomes a problem in the same way that executives voting as a block becomes a problem. Okay. In terms of representation, I find it odd to necessarily default to the idea of representation by population because then you are by representing or overrepresenting people with large populations, you are systematically and necessarily disadvantaging small populations. That's the entire rationale behind 1 vote per association. Lastly, I wanted to address a point that was made by the club's representative about that it could be a PTOT or anyone else in this seat. It systematically is more arts students because they have more free time to do other stuff by and large.
Thank you very much. Proxy for Councillor Platt.
Motion to call the question.
I have a motion to call the question. Is there a second? Vice President, External Affairs. Thank you very much. Any other points or motions at this time? I see no other points or motions, and so with that, we'll proceed to a vote on calling the question. All those in favor of calling the question on the matter of this amendment, please raise your placards. Opposed? I did see a clear 2/3 majority. The question has been called. The question is on the matter of the amendment, which is shown to you there, to strike maximum of 4 and supplant it with maximum of 2 counselors per faculty. per maximum 2 counselors per 2,000 students per faculty. So the question has been called. The question is on the matter of the amendment just previously stated. All those in favor of the amendment, do you want some explanatory? Oh, sorry. We'll note. Thank you very much. We'll note the return of Councillor Chase at 2034. I think everybody's clear on this amendment. Explanatory note, maybe. Yes. Okay. So if you want to retain 4 counselors per, one counselor per 2,000 students to a maximum of 4 per faculty, you will vote no to this amendment. If you want to change it to 1 counselor per every 2,000 students to a maximum of 2 per faculty, you will vote yes. Everyone clear? All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your placards and keep them up. I see 10. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That is very much out. Who said that? Councillor Duckett, I'm going to caution you at this time. You did not have the floor. Making interventions out of turn is inappropriate. I saw a very clear majority opposed. The amendment fails. Debate will return to the main motion. SMU President.
I move the amendment as I sent it.
Mm-hmm.
To clarify, everything highlighted in red should be treated as a strikeout.
As such, okay. SMU President is moving the amendment. Is there a second? Councillor Duckett, proxy for Councillor Platt. Sorry, just for the sake of the minutes, proxy for Councillor Platt. SMU President, you have 2 minutes if you'd like to motivate the amendment.
Thank you. So many people have talked about whether we should stick with the status quo or move to a 1 vote, 1 faculty system. This essentially operationalizes that latter sentiment. Originally, when I first began my position as president, I was definitely in favor of keeping the status quo, but considering the amount of time that I've been in this position and seeing how students tend to represent themselves both here at Legislative Council as well as other faculty associations, I've definitely changed my mind and come around on this. I think that SMU serves as a federative organization and comes here to essentially share the sentiments of individual faculties as represented by the legislative counselors. I will not echo the sentiments as stated before, but I would be in favor of moving to a 1 counselor, 1 vote system. I would like to caution, however, again, the gravity of the situation. I would be in favor of committing this to CGRC for further study. I believe that including more data specifically on voting tendencies, so if all counselors from a particular faculty tend to vote as a block, the practices of other Quebec universities, universities across Canada, as well as faculty associations who work on a 1 vote, 1 departmental association standard. I believe that all of this merits further study, so I will present it at this time, hear it out, and go from there.
Thank you very much. The motion has been moved and seconded. We'll now enter debate on, the amendment has been moved and seconded. We'll now enter debate on the amendment. Those individuals wanting to speak to the amendment. Member from the gallery? Yes. Alex Karasik, McGill Daily.
Not that I'm opposed like I'm neither necessarily for nor opposed. The big worry I have about this change, though, is that we have externals who are sitting here from other student unions, and one vote, one seat, one student union. I just want to know, how would we deal with something like that? I don't know if that would be asked to either of you.
So are you just, if it's a point of parliamentary inquiry, I'll take it as one. Is your question, how would these seats be filled? If it's one seat per faculty association?
Yes, how would we address for like externals who sit on this as well?
So the wording provides that it would be decided by each appointing constituency. So it would be left up to each faculty association to create their own procedures on how they choose to appoint that one seat. Either they run an election for a position, or they send their VP external, or some combination thereof, or something else. Individuals wanting to speak to this amendment, Councillor Budkar.
In line with the concerns just raised, for seats such as the club's representative seat, since there are two of them, are we going to go back and also reduce that to one? Just for the floor.
Others just wanting to weigh in, VP University Affairs.
Sorry, this isn't a direct response. I apologize to Councillor Budkar. It's a separate thought. To be honest, I don't see how this is really that different than the previous motion. We already voted on something along the lines of we already voted on something that discussed the idea of pure representation versus certain faculties have a certain number of votes or a vote cap. Also, if the president thinks that this would warrant further discussion, I don't personally understand why he decided to move it as an amendment right now, because this, if it's voted on, will then just go into the thing and we'll send that to referendum, and that's not warranting a further discussion. So on a procedural matter, I do think that this is unwise at the moment. I think we should have a serious discussion at CGRC, at some other body about this, and move the rest of the report, because we've been talking about the rest of the report for months. Is that my whole time? Okay. Actually, turns out I'm done talking. So thanks.
Thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Other interventions in this amendment? Councillor Morali.
A concern that I have with any movement sort of away from proportional representation is that it sort of fails to capture what a purpose of Legislative Council is, which is to serve as a distillation of the SMU membership. And so when we conduct General Assemblies or referenda, we don't group those votes by faculty or by any other kind of grouping. And so why should Legislative Council, which is supposed to be a distillation of that, one that can meet more often and have more comprehensive discussions, why should that be different from the students that we are representing?
Thank you very much. Other interventions? Vice President, External Affairs.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, and I think that it's one that was considered in CGRC, at least when this was a discussion that I was having as part of the CGRC. But I reached the opposite conclusion. I think that you have to think about what the differences are between Legislative Council and General Assembly. I don't believe it's fair to say that Legislative Council is sort of like the General Assembly between them, especially if we're talking about reforming what we think of as General Assemblies. You have to think about what the nature of representation that is being looked at by the SSMU is. If you want to use the CSU as a benchmark, right now they're having a big problem because ASFA, the Arts and Science Federation of Associations, has this gigantic dominating power because they have like a hugely disproportionate number of seats. So even if we don't think, oh, art students are going to whatever, it doesn't actually lead to representation the way that one thinks it might. Whereas if you have things in your governance documents about what should go to Legislative Council and what should go to referendum, and you seriously think about those delineations and set them up in governance documents properly, you'll have the type of representation you're looking for when you go to referendum on proportional representation. And at Legislative Council, you're talking about fundamentally different questions.
Thank you very much. Other interventions? Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. So I take issue with the idea that there is currently proportional representation at SMU Council. This is simply not the case and has never been. And furthermore, if you believe this should be the case, then how can you support the concept of a clubs rep, a services rep, or any other rep from a non-faculty constituency? That you can't really hold those two ideas at the same time. It doesn't really make sense. which is why I think that this is not a proportional representation body. It is a diversity of ideas, diversity of viewpoints, diversity of faculty associations. And this can be accomplished with one faculty, one vote, and also votes for services, for clubs, for the Indigenous Affairs Commissioner, for equity, and so forth, as is the spirit of this report. I completely disagree with the idea that, this should be like a mini referendum. We have referenda for that purpose of having a general overview of the student body. Legislative Council should serve a different purpose. It's not just a mini referendum.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chan, sorry.
Thank you. I think that what Senator Lametti just said actually supports why the status quo works, because there's like on two extremes we have a full proportional representation. On the other hand, we have ideas. We have a federation of associations and clubs and services. But we have right now in the status quo is a sort of in between where we respect that even though a faculty may have 80 folks, they can still sit on council. Like clubs and services can have their own representation, but at the same time we also acknowledge that some faculties have more members and therefore have more representation. So I think what we have now is actually a pretty fair balance in between these two ideas, and I think it strikes a good balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other interventions? Proxy for Councillor Platt.
Earlier this evening, one of the reasons we decided to not accept UA Vice President of University Affairs Wilson's recommendation and why we want to take away the voting power of the execs is because they vote in a block. And I'll remind you that the last vote we just had was a pretty representative block that we just had. So it's a bit hypocritical to have one but not the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chase.
I will disagree with that, with the comment of especially arts representatives voting as a block. Perhaps in that regard, yes, but I think that's because it was regarding whether or not to take away arts seats. On most issues, arts counselors are constitutionally required to split their votes in order to try to get the diversity of the Faculty of Arts. And so oftentimes whenever there is contentious issues, the arts representatives will talk to one another and make sure that we are all not voting the same way.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kay.
I'm going to yield my speaking time to Councillor Chan.
Councillor Chan.
Sure, thank you. Just to say to respond to Councillor Duckett, I actually voted in favor of VP UA's motion for her amendment, just for the record. Something I want to mention is like beyond the principle of what representation means, what this practically means for the AUS and their executive. Because right now having 3 arts reps means that we can take on special projects and help executive members with their labor, because they are overburdened with so many things to do. And as an arts rep with much more flexibility in our mandate, it means that we can help them staff events and take on projects within their portfolio that they may not have the time and energy for. And also because we have more time, we can do cool things like merchandise and things like that. And so taking away arts reps members from the exec actually inhibits the arts executive to do cool things for their students and to improve their student life experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the first intervention, Councillor Kirsch.
So, in my opinion, right now, guys, we're going in circles, to be honest with you. The one thing I'm going to say is reiterate what the proxy for Councillor Wu stated earlier, is that, first of all, my title on Varsity Council for Athletics is Varsity Council SMU Representative to Legislative Council. Student Society, McGill University, not faculties of McGill University. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dandamoody.
So I'd just like to say, as an arts representative, I don't necessarily think I have more time than anybody else. But I would say that we do receive an insane amount of emails from arts constituents. For example, for the climate strike and for the free trips issues, I've received at least like 30 emails from arts constituents. I don't know if that's the same for the other faculties, but I'd just like to mention that it takes a lot of time for even 1 or 2 or 3 of us to filter through all of those emails. And I wouldn't say that I necessarily have any more time than anybody else, but I do think that this just goes to show how necessary these positions are. I do believe that we have an importance as a role in AOS exec, but that's not my priority at this moment.
Thank you very much. Other interventions, Councillor Jariani.
So I'm, like I said earlier, I am the VP external for AUS, and what I want to say is the reason why I voted for this to go back to the CGRC is because, or I wish to vote that, is because I'm probably the first art student who's going to say this, but I think it should, rather than 2 or 4, it should be 3 seats. That is because there are 3 arts reps elected to sit on SMU. My role primarily is an executive role and not necessarily a sitting on SMU role. And I do think that maybe 2, maybe 2 less, 4 maybe too much, but 3 might be just right. So what I propose is that this goes back to CGRC. We consult with AUS, speak to as to whether that will be possible, speak to how that will look like for other faculties, probably consult science on it as well. And that's what I share as a personal feeling.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. So, in response to all 4 arts counselors expressing a similar point of view, these are all problems that are internal to the AUS. If they believe that they have to create more positions to help with their work, that is something that they can do internally. If they feel the VP external should not sit on council, they can also do that. At the MSS, we have a rep who is not a VP external. For example, SMU is not a part of the AUS. It is not up to us to solve organizational problems of the AUS, and similarly, we should not determine the composition of council based on the needs of the AUS. And in response to what Councillor Chan said, I don't think that the current balance is appropriate. In fact, art students have an outsized power because simply there are so many of them, and they can fill spots on most committees, on other working groups, commissioners, and so forth. So I don't think that we have to maintain the status quo because doing otherwise would reduce the influence of arts relative to what they already have.
Thank you very much. Other interventions, SMU President.
I move that we commit this amendment to the CGRC.
Thank you very much. I have a motion to commit this amendment to the CGRC. Is there a second? Councillor Mackey, thank you very much. Are there any other points or motions at this time? On a point of order? Vice President, External Affairs.
Are we allowed to vote on the same thing again?
What do you mean?
Can we, like, we voted to not commit this section to the CGRC, and now we're going to vote again whether or not to commit to the CGRC?
That previous committal was on a different amendment, so this is in order.
It's just the amendment, or the amendment itself will be
just the amendment.
Okay.
So for the sake of the minutes, the point of order is not well taken. SMU President has moved to commit this to the amendment to CGRC, so seconded by Councillor Mackey. Any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Request for information, Councillor Fecky.
If we go ahead with approving the rest of the report, will this go into the next report, or?
Yes.
Okay.
So, point of parliamentary inquiry. Yes, if this is committed, it's basically pulled from this version of the report. It'll go back to CGRC, and will hopefully come back in a future iteration of the report. Or I guess another, not iteration, but the next report. Councillor Chan, point or motion? Then no.
Sorry,
okay. So the motion to commit has been moved and seconded. We'll now enter debate on the motion to commit. Councillor Chan.
So I'm against sending this to CGRC again. I think what we just saw was the democratic process in action. Each one of us have shared our opinions on it, and that is what this legislative body is for. I don't think we need to overburden CGRC with more labor. I think that we've exhausted many points, both practical and principle, and I think that we should finish our discussion. I felt like it was almost done, to be honest, and then just finish and vote. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President, External Affairs? What? Oh, okay. So Vice President, External Affairs echoes the sentiments of Councillor Chan. Other interventions on the motion to commit? Councillor Kay. Councillor Kay? Microphone, please, councillors.
I'm going to echo the sentiments of Councillor Chan and VP External and motion to call the question.
On the motion to commit?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I have a SMU president.
I thought we've established the idea that you can't make a motion at the end of your speech.
Was there an intervention from Councillor K that I may have missed? Oh, okay. Then in that case, Councillor K, I apologize. That's out of order, and the point of order from the president is well taken. And so with that, any further interventions in the motion to commit? Councillor Chase.
I would like to make a motion to call this the previous question.
I have a motion to call the question and the motion to commit. Is there a second? Proxy for Councillor Platt, thank you very much. Are there any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor of calling the question and the motion to commit, please raise your placards. Opposed? I saw a clear 2/3 majority. The question has been called. The question is on the matter of committing this amendment and only this amendment to the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee. All those in favor of committing this amendment to CGRC, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6. All those opposed? I see a majority opposed. The motion to commit fails. Debate will resume on the amendment. Interventions on the amendment. Proxy for Councillor Platt. You've intervened a lot.
A motion to call the previous question.
I'm going to ask for members to avoid intervening. And for the Vice President External Affairs, in response to your concern that both you and Proxy for Councillor Platt have both intervened significantly on this issue, I do keep track of how many times each councillor intervenes, and Proxy for Councillor Platt has intervened fewer times than you have on this issue. Ergo, I recognize Councillor Platt, Proxy for Councillor Platt before I recognized you, even though your placard was raised first. I have a motion to call the question from the Proxy for Councillor Platt. Is there a second? I'll remind you the motion is to call the questions only on the amendment. So seconded by Councillor Chan. Thank you very much. Are there any other points or motions on the floor at this time? I see no other points or motions. And so with that, we'll proceed to a vote on calling the question. All those in favor of calling the question on this amendment, please raise your placards. Up or down, decide quickly, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I see 11. All those opposed? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see 10. We did not reach our 2/3 majority. Debate will resume on the amendment. Vice President External Affairs.
Yeah, two things. One, if arts is having trouble recruiting people to do tasks like maybe pay stipends to people and then have them help executives do that. I don't know. Second thing, I'd like to offer up a model that was used by the provincial student group ASSE. Each association has a general assembly within its membership for direct consultation on issues as they come up. For example, large issues like climate strike, like free trips to Israel, etc. Then they come to a federative body where each group has one vote as per their constituency's opinion, and no one opinion gets more outnumbered, more weight, disproportionately more weight than another opinion. Then you vote one by one. You can have your own general assemblies. You're allowed to engage your student body in ways other than emails. There are more dynamic ways to bring people in than just having 4 people vote, again, as a block. To respond to the concern of Councillor Chase, they do vote as a block. Like, again, Poly 339 last year, there was a huge criticism that all 4 arts councillors voted the same way when there was a split of opinion between the arts students. Like, that makes no sense. I don't understand why the claim is that they don't vote as a block.
Thank you very much. Other interventions on this amendment? Councillor Faki.
Yeah, just as a side note, I believe that arts counselors receive much more feedback from their constituencies because a lot of their constituency cares about that, and like they're pretty vocal about the way they voice their opinions towards you guys. But that still does not mean we should discredit the voices of other students and other faculties.
Just as a brief intervention on behalf of the dais, Vice President External Affairs, for the benefit of the minutes, could you spell ASSE, the student group?
A-S-S-E accent aigu.
Merci beaucoup. Other interventions on the amendment? Councillor Dandamoody?
I'm wondering if it's relevant, and this is a genuine question, to discuss whether or not arts reps vote as a block. I'm just genuinely curious. I think arts reps...
I'd like to constrain debate specifically to the amendment, so I'm going to rule that point out of order. the debate's going to be constrained to the amendment, and the amendment is status quo versus one vote per faculty. So I'm going to ask you to constrain your debate to that point. Councillor Das. We'll note the departure of Councillor Das at 20:59. When you return, please make sure you inform me or just get my attention if I don't see you come in. Other interventions on the amendment. Councillor Dariani.
So I'd like to apologize to Senator Lametti and I guess Councillor Platt for maybe misinterpreting the intention of arts students in this council. Mainly because, yes, there is an argument that certain arts counselors have made that there is labor and there's a lot of work for executives and blah, blah, blah. But I think there's also a key argument that Councillor Budkar mentioned much earlier, as well as some other councillors, that it is also an argument of how many numbers we're having in terms of the student population. And if art students are 8,400 students in the as members of this SMU, then that there deserves to be that number of representatives. You cannot proportionally divide a faculty that's smaller by the number of by that size. That remains one vote. So I don't see how that is an issue. And on the question of whether or not we vote as a block, I for one haven't voted the same way as a block on any of the recorded votes, and I think that can be checked.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dariani. Other interventions on the amendment? SMU President.
One interesting aspect that I've been thinking about quite a bit, specifically with this amendment, is let's say we have the status quo, but we were to proportionately allocate votes according to the percentage of students in that faculty. At that point, it doesn't matter whether there's one counselor or there's 10. That would be true proportional representation at that point in time. If the point is to be proportional, there is a further stricter proportional way of being able to do that, and that does not require representation by a specific number of counselors per 2,000 students or so on or so forth. So I'd like for people to think about the different implications with regards to this. I still stand by my sentiment that each faculty should get one vote, and I encourage others to think about this question very deeply, as it talks about a very integral part of what our student union is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other interventions in the amendment? Councillor Budkar.
Just to speak on the points raised by the president, I do agree with you that there is a way to be more proportional. I will say, though, 2,000 is a little arbitrary, and on top of that, to be completely proportional does, at least from my perspective, I would side on the side of caution when it comes to that, simply because, again, you will get even more overpowering, and if that's what some of the biggest concerns are here, you will get drowned out if you are strictly proportional. But I do think having a balance in between the two is really important, especially when you consider, say, if two smaller faculties have a very similar opinion, they would get 2 proportional votes, while a larger faculty, such as arts or science, will have a larger split of opinions due to just a larger volume, and as such would
Thank
not
you
get the
very
same-
much, Councillor Budkar. We'll note the return of Councillor Das at 21:03. Other interventions on this amendment? Is that intervention, Councillor Morali? Nope. Okay. Vice President, External Affairs.
So I'm trying to think of the best case scenario and worst case scenario in both cases. Like, you have a split in your faculty and you have 4 votes, for example, or 3 votes, for example. Best case scenario, your faculty is overrepresented, plain and simply. If you have different faculties that need different things, you have one group that's coming in with a very strong vote. Worst case scenario, the faculty disagrees on something, there's a 50-50 split. It kind of could make sense if you had only one person around that table, that person abstains. In the same way that if you have 4 and there are 2 voting yes and 2 voting no, you substantially have the same thing as an ultimate 1 abstention. So if you carry that over to 1 per, and you have a General Assembly whereby everyone agrees on a thing, then you get your 1 vote, you don't overpower, and you've still voiced the concern of your faculty. And if you have 1 per and there's a split, you can still abstain, and you effectively have the same. So your best case scenario is better with one vote per association. Your worst case scenario is about this.
Thank you very much, Vice President External Affairs. Other interventions on the amendment? VP University Affairs? Yep, temporary departure of the VP University Affairs at 2104. I see no further interventions, and so we'll exhaust the debate period and move to a vote on this amendment. The amendment is what is shown in red, basically to strike from Section 7, other associated changes of the report at 8.2b, to strike for every 2,000 students or part thereof, and also to strike the part of the paragraph after the colon. We'll now proceed to a vote on that amendment. Senator Lametti? It is. Okay, I have a request to change the method of voting in accordance with the internal regulations. I believe it's 1/5 to set the method of voting, unless I'm mistaken. And so with that, Senator Lametti is moving for a vote by roll call. Is there, SMU President?
I believe the IRs provide for if one person requests a roll call vote, then it has to be a roll call vote, no matter what, if I'm not mistaken.
I trust that interpretation to be correct. And so with that, the point of order is well taken. The roll call has been requested by Senator Lametti. Bear with me. I will call the roll on the matter of this amendment. Vice President University Affairs is still in the room. We applaud the dedication, and let me just open up my attendance sheet, and we'll get there. So we will now begin voting by roll on the amendment. Side conversations continue to be an issue for counselors this evening. When I call your name, your options are in favor, opposed, or abstain. Councillor Chan. Could you keep track? Thank you. So could you make a new column and we'll try to make totals? Okay. Yeah, I trust you. Okay. Let's try that again. Now that we're ready to go. Okay. Councillor Chan. Opposed. Councillor Chase. Opposed. Councillor Dandamoody. Opposed. Councillor Daryani. Abstaining. Councillor Franceschini is not here. Councillor Kirsch. Opposed. Councillor Kay. Opposed. Councillor Flaherty. Opposed. Councillor Sabady. Opposed. Councillor, is it Ball? Bullhosed. Okay. Just we only got BUL in the spreadsheet, so I apologize. Your vote? Abstain. Councillor Faki? In favor. Councillor Marcoux? Abstain. Councillor Ramey is not present. Councillor Das? Opposed. Councillor Mackey? Abstain. Councillor Eisner and Gervy are not here. Councillor Dixon? In favor. Councillor Platt? In favor. Proxy for Councillor Platt. Councillor Patzer, if you'd like to weigh in by teleconference. Oh, she's left the teleconference. At some point she left. So the speaker will acknowledge the departure of Councillor Patzer at 2107. Councillor Morgan is not present. Councillor Freed, residences? Opposed. We will strike the word strongly from the minutes. Proxy for Councillor Wu has left. Councillor Butkar. Councillor Wright? Opposed. Senator Lametti? In favor. Senator Garneau? Sorry, I missed it. In favor. Councillor Morali? Abstain. Councillor Roy is not present. SMU President? VP University Affairs? Opposed. VP Student Life? Opposed. Vice President Internal? In favor. Vice President Guiaz de Amstel? I switched from position titles to names. I'm sorry. Okay. Guiaz de Amstel. In favor. VP Finance. Abstain. We'll know the departure now of VP University Affairs. So I have the results of the vote, which I will now announce. We have 8 in favor, 14 opposed, 6 abstaining. With that, the amendment fails. So you can put the motion back up. Councillor K on a point of personal privilege.
Be excused temporarily.
Temporary departure of Councillor K at 21:10. We will now return to debate on the report as a whole. Individuals wanting to speak to the report. Councillor Chase.
I have an amendment. It's on the same paragraph as before.
Please ensure that amendments are submitted in writing.
It's just one word.
Okay.
It's on the same paragraph as before. Change the word, I believe it's appointed to elected.
So the paragraph reads, one counselor appointed for every 2,000 students or part thereof in accordance with the procedure set out by that constituency. So if the constituency appoints it, then it's appointed. If the constituency elects, it's elected.
Oh, I suppose that you would also remove in accordance with the procedures of the constituency.
Okay, so you want to replace the word appointed with elected?
Yes.
Councillor Chase is moving the amendment as shown. Is that correct? What's in red? Is somebody willing to second that amendment? Councillor Sabati? So seconded. We will now enter debate on the amendment. Individuals wanting to speak to the amendment? Oh, sorry, Councillor Chase, I'll give you the right of motivation for 2 minutes.
So the reason why I'm saying that this amendment should occur is because in theory, this would essentially mean that all counselors would be elected by SMU and elected by their students, and they would be representing their students first and foremost, and not a different faculty association. So that would mean that the faculty counselors would be representing the students, and that is why I'm introducing this amendment. In the words of Councillor Lametti, SMU is not AUS, and that therefore SMU representatives should be arts representatives and not representatives to the SMU from AUS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other debate on this amendment. VP Finance. We'll note the return of the VP University Affairs at 21:13.
So I'm just going to give you a logistical reason not to pass this right now, and a reason that really you should look at the work done by committees and seek for consultation before moving these from the floor. SMU does not have the capacity to run elections for students from a single faculty. So our membership list does not list your faculty. It lists you by program. So it shows that you're a SMU member, but it shows your program. So Sanchi's the example I always use. Because Sanchi has an arts minor.
We'll note the VP Internal Affairs.
Sorry. Because the VP Internal has has an arts minor, she then shows up in our membership list as an art student when in fact she should not be electing arts representatives. So just that would require a level of faculty collaboration that hasn't been consulted, that hasn't been addressed. Again, these things really shouldn't be moved from the floor.
Thank you very much. Other interventions on this amendment? Senator Lametti.
Thank you. As a strong believer in federation and decentralization, I think that it should be up to the faculty association to determine the method of appointment for the representatives, and I don't think it should be SMU running the elections for individual faculty associations. It should be the faculty associations choosing the way that they run their own internal processes to select the representatives.
Thank you. Other interventions? SMU President?
Thanks, Speaker. I'd just like to note, a few years ago, all SMU senators were actually elected directly by the SSMU. And for various reasons, including low voter turnout, difficulty in selecting the actual appropriate elector list, as the VP Finance stated, among other things, these elections were moved directly to the faculties just to make it easier and run elections for specific constituencies at the time that they so choose. So keeping that in mind, as well as echoing the sentiments of this being a bit rushed, decentralization, I would encourage others to vote against this motion, or this amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Other interventions on the amendment? Vice President, External Affairs?
Yeah, another reason that perhaps is more substantive than logistical, we're going to see in the coming councils, for example, a policy put for approval about involvement restriction and various operations and ways in which the SMU interacts with faculty associations. So there are operations of faculty associations per se that need to be taken into account. I think we're having a serious misinterpretation of what is meant by SMU as a council made up of faculty associations, and I would like to echo the sentiments of Senator Lametti in saying that faculty sovereignty does play a role in the deliberations made at SMU. It's the responsibility of faculty associations to get feedback from their membership and to act as a faculty association and not just like a list of people in a faculty.
Thank you. Councillor Marcoux?
Motion to call the question.
I have a motion to call the questions very much in order. Is there a second? Proxy for Councillor Platt. Thank you very much. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to reverse course. I'm going to go for the residents' representative. So thank you very much for that. Are there any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Vice President, External Affairs. Departure of temporarily the VP External at 2116. Seeing no other points or motions, we'll vote on the motion of the previous question, which has been moved by Councillor Marcoux, seconded by the residents' representative. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your placards. Opposed? I saw a clear 2/3 majority. The question has been called. The question is on the matter of the amendment, as shown in red, to change Section 7 of the report, the recommendation 8.2b, from appointed to elected, and to strike in accordance with the procedure set out by that constituency. All those in favor of the amendment, as shown in red, please raise your placards. I see one. Councillors, decorum. Opposed? I see a majority opposed. The amendment fails. And so with that, we'll return to debate on the report as it was originally, or as it's been amended now. So just bear with me here. Could you help me with this, actually? Could you undo that strike through, the appointed? Thank you very much. We'll now return to debate on the report. Councillor Dixon. Could you wait for a microphone? Oh, it's right there.
I was just wondering about the time that we've been spending on this in terms of like extension of time and things like that. Are we abiding by the time allocated? I'm just not really clear about how that's working.
Absolutely. There is no fixed time on debate. Question period is capped at 5 minutes. Debate could run, in the famous words of Senator Lametti, ad libitum. So the only restriction on debate is 1 minute per intervention, which even that can be extended. There is no fixed limit for debate. What's in the agenda is a suggestion from a steering committee. So steering committee suggested 10 minutes for this report in its entirety. That evidently hasn't happened. So with that, I'll open the floor again. So sorry, I'll point a parliamentary inquiry it was. So thank you very much. Proxy for Councillor Platt.
Motion to call the question on the entire report.
I have a motion to call the question on the report as has been amended. Is there a second? We'll note the return of the VP External at 2119. So, and Councillor K as well. So seconded by VP Student Life. Are there any other points or motions on the floor at this time? I see no other points or motions, so we'll vote on the motion to call the question. All those in favor of calling the question on the matter of this report, please raise your placards. Opposed? 1, 2. Noting one opposed. The question has been called. The question is on the matter of the report. So Because it's a report, there's no voting form, so we'll just do a vote by placards unless somebody wishes to do a vote by roll. Vote by placards it is. So with that, all those in favor of the motion that appears on page 22 in the conclusion, please raise your placards now and keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 23. All those opposed? Noting 2 opposed, abstaining. Noting 3 abstaining. Is that an abstention, VP Internal? Oh, so 2 abstaining. With that, the recommendations in the report are carried. Was it 3? 2. It was 2. Okay, we didn't see you. So we'll note 3 abstentions then. So with that, the motion still carries because abstentions aren't counted. So we'll move on with the agenda, which brings us to our recess for consent items. Counselors, I would ask you to please stay in your seats. I lied. There's a generative discussion. I apologize. VP External. No, we're not there yet. Item 12, generative discussion, relationship with util and potential financing models. VP External has provided a backgrounder document that is in the presentations folder. So VP External, I'll give you 2 minutes to introduce the generative discussion, and then we'll proceed into the generative discussion.
Okay, hello everybody. Hopefully you've read this document. Maybe you haven't. No hard feelings. So yeah, a big conversation that happens in things external to governance reform in Quebec is about affordable tuition, obviously. As part of the affordable tuition conversation, we talk about people leaving their family homes to go to school. This does not just apply to international students, but also Quebec students, Canadian students. And for Quebec and Canadian students, people often pay more in housing costs than they do in tuition. Students at McGill pay more in median housing costs than any other student in the province of Quebec for a multitude of reasons. A lot of this information was presented by this group, UTIL, last year. So I encourage you to go into last year's council documents. You should have presentations from them, relevant statistics to do with student housing. As you might be able to see, they've completed 3 affordable housing projects, 1 in Quebec City and 2 in Montreal. The profits from those projects, because they are a nonprofit, go to fix salaries, but if they make revenues above a certain amount, because they do budget out for any damages to the building, etc., those get recycled back into a fund, which just sits there until they want to build the next house. So it's a really cool model where every time they build an apartment building, it's actually easier for them to finance another apartment building each time. And the apartment buildings, if they're built by a given student association, have reserved housing exclusively for that student association, unless the student association itself decides to move in another direction. So to date, SMU was actually working with UTIL since their foundation, essentially. So we worked on 2 very broad housing surveys with them, one in 2014, one in 2017. SMU and PGS has also co-financed a feasibility study to see what McGill's specific housing needs are. So we have a pretty good idea, if we were to build with UTIL, what it is that students would want out of that. And then I was given a mandate last year to see whether or not they would be a good group to work with going forward. So we have 3 options. 1, you can tell me to stop working with UTIL entirely. Well, the Affordable Student Housing Committee to stop working with UTIL entirely. We can continue our current relationship of just doing research, or we can go ahead and build an apartment building in one of 2 ways. And if someone wants to extend my time, I could say why.
Councillor Morelli? By how long? 2-minute extension. Is there a second? VP Internal, thank you very much. All those in favor of granting a 2-minute extension? Opposed? So granted.
Sick, thanks. So 2 ways you could do that. One is a direct referendum. The referendum fee amount would be quite hefty. You're looking at about $6, $6.50. Alternatively, you can lower the capital expenditure fund of the SSMU, which would have negative consequences, including less frequent renovations to Gertz and the University Center, lower capacity in terms of, like, again, internal renovations of that space in 3501, and instead offer a lower fee to the students, and then make building this apartment one of the priorities for SMU's capital expenditures. I don't really recommend it. The one reason why it might be politically advantageous is because it's a more palatable fee if it's a smaller fee. We can also have this conversation with students. So yeah, I'm curious to see what people think. Another member of the Affordable Student Housing Committee is thankfully with us, so you can ask questions to whoever. And as I mentioned in the announcements, there is a public assembly on January 27th to solicit feedback from students based on the feasibility study, like, hey, this is what the apartment could look like. What are people's thoughts? There's also an online survey that's available on the SMU External Affairs Facebook page. Please like it if you haven't. It's a great page. So yeah, just want to hear what people think.
Thank you very much. This is a generative discussion. So individuals are going to be offered the same time for debate, interventions and debate. You can ask questions. You can intervene however you like. Anyway, so we'll go from there. Councillor Chan. Councillor Marcoon, a point of personal privilege? Okay, we'll note the departure of Councillor Marcoux at 21:25. We hope you feel better. Councillor Chan.
Thank you. Correct me if I misunderstand, but would this be a $6 fee for every student, despite not every student benefiting equally from this housing project? And if so, would it not make sense for the students who are benefiting from this housing just to pay an increased fee that only they are paying for?
VP External.
So all students benefit from this in a very similar way insofar as the students who are paying the fee. They're making an investment in permanently affordable student housing for the student body. Because the project would take 5 years to construct, most people currently in McGill and paying the fee wouldn't directly benefit in the sense of having an apartment. There's also no necessary way to know which student who's paying into the fee would have an apartment. Also, what you're suggesting is just people paying rent, which is like a fee of $200 or $300, and then they pay that 5 years in advance and then have to pay rent on a regular basis. So I don't know how far that goes to affordable student housing, especially if you're looking at prioritizing people who are in situations of precarity, which was one major recommendation of the student housing project.
Thank you very much. VP Finance.
Yeah, so firstly, I'm going to say that sentiment comes up a lot when people speak about student fees, but I'm just going to contrast that with the example of the safety services fee, right? So that's $397 non-opt-outable, which is one of our larger service fees. I would argue that objectively, if you look at any data set from any government ever, that those safety services benefit female students a lot more than male students. There's a reason why male students pay them though, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to afford them. So that's the reason that you should be charging a fee to the entire student body, because as a society, as a group of, as a population, we want to support those who are in need. And again, a project like this would support students in precarity. I'll speak a little bit more later to financing models. The VP External went over them kind of broadly and kind of the gist of it, but if anyone has any further questions, I can help answer that. And it's fine. We can come to it later. We'll talk about the model first.
Thank you. Other interventions, questions, thoughts, feedback? Oh, Senator Lametti.
Thank you. So maybe two things. The first thing is I feel that if there is a significant issue with affordable housing for McGill students, I'd like to see the university maybe offer more housing to students in need instead of constantly outsourcing it through student fees as they do for health services, athletics, you name it. The second thing is that I said this at the UTIL presentation last year. I find that the idea of having affordable housing that's segregated for a certain population kind of defeats the purpose of us trying to foster affordable housing in general. If affordable housing becomes a thing of particular projects by particular groups who can afford to fundraise as SMU can and not other groups that are in need of affordable housing, I feel it's a bit counterproductive. Maybe it's not as strong an argument as my first one, but it's still what really, it doesn't make me comfortable with SMU getting involved in this project, despite the very good presentation last year and some things, some ways in which my concerns were addressed. I'm still not fully convinced in that regard.
Thank you. Other interventions? Member from the gallery, Alex Karasik, McGill Daily.
It's not your fault, it's my fault. Sorry about that. So I'm not sure I necessarily agree. Like the goal of SMU is to help our students as best we can. And if we're dealing with affordable housing, it's understandable the first thing we're going to deal with is affordable housing for students. As someone who's dealt with UTIL in the past, over at, not here, but the CSU, I can tell you they actually do a lot of really good work, not just with SMU, not just with the CSU. They're dedicated to doing a whole bunch of things. But at the same time, we have this money that we can use to help students with affordable housing. I don't like the idea of we shouldn't bother just because it's not helping everyone. We can't help everyone. I hate to admit it, but we can't help every single person in the city get affordable housing by just pumping money into it. But we can give some of our students affordable housing, and I think that's a noble goal.
Thank you. Other interventions? Councillor Mackey.
This is just a question for the VP External if he wants to answer it. But since we're talking about the fee, it seems to me that the idea is that it's a non-opt-out fee. Can you just clarify that it's non-opt-out?
VP External?
Yes.
Thank you. VP University Affairs.
Cool, thank you. So I realize that as an officer, I'm a bit biased, but personally, I am in favor of the third option, which is the furtherance of the relationship with UTIL and the mandate to bring forward a referendum question in favor of affordable housing fee. I do, however, take Senator Lemmetty's point, which is that this really should be the university's responsibility. I do think, though, that in this case, it's possible for us to do both. A, being putting money aside so that we, as our own entity, can involve ourselves in affordable student housing and simultaneously, advocate for the university to lower the fees in residences and to lower the fees in cafeterias such that those places are also more affordable for students. I think particularly on this issue, we can actually have our cake and eat it too, because the student services advocacy is separate, and we can continue to focus on that. I've been focusing on it all year, and I will encourage my successor to continue to focus on that, while at the same time collecting a fee for a separate project that addresses a similar issue.
Thank you. Councillor Morali.
I'd just like to say that as the services representative, I have plenty of experience when it comes to certain issues that SMU members are having problems with, and that have needs that the university isn't filling, and that we have students and as the SSMU have filled ourselves, while also pressuring the university to help us. And so I think that it's not totally unfeasible to do, as Vice President University Affairs Wilson is suggesting, to sort of do our own thing, but at the same time put some pressure on the university to sort of alleviate part of the problem that they are creating.
Thank you very much. VP University Affairs. Oh, sorry, External Affairs. I'm so sorry.
Thanks. I want to speak on advocacy at the university level and the federal government level. Self-funded units are insane. I don't know why this isn't a thing that's like, I'm sure the students are the ones talking about it, but faculty members aren't, which is fine, whatever. But like, the reason why housing isn't affordable at McGill is because they gouge students so that they can pay the salaries of their workers instead of having McGill do it centrally. That's insane. That makes no sense. Financial incidence falls on students. Just wanted to say that. In terms of federal lobbying, and perhaps to respond a little bit to what Senator Lemmetty is saying, the Canadian National Housing Strategy unfortunately didn't explicitly include students, and so that's one of the reasons why working with a group such as UTIL is perhaps particularly advantageous, because they work specifically on raising funds and developing social partnerships for student housing because of that additional precarity that was identified for students.
Thank you, Senator Lemmetty.
So just to briefly respond, I am aware that UTIL does more than just develop projects, and that's why I would personally be in favor with a continued relationship with them, but not necessarily to pursue development. And I'd also like to respond to the member in the gallery saying, we have all this money, when we use it? Well, we don't have the money yet. There would have to be a referendum for a significant fee that's not opt-outable, and that's a part that we cannot neglect in this discussion. So my personal opinion is that the biggest bang for our buck would be to continue to work with these advocacy groups to help students who are a precarious group, lots of international students coming in and getting exploited by landlords in Montreal and paying more rent than they should. And there are many ways this can be addressed. Building a small unit for a small amount of students that will be funded with a large fee is not necessarily the best way to do so, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. I'll note for Councillor Botkar to avoid having side conversations when others are speaking. Other interventions on this point. Residences representative.
Hi, I'd like to echo the sentiments expressed by the VP University Affairs. This is an issue that uniquely affects resident students, particularly because we have to purchase our food in cafeterias and pay residence fees. And on IRC, we're not really able to lobby the administration. We're not really a union, as far as I understand, according to our constitution, according to all of the documents pertaining to our relationship with SHHS. So I would strongly urge other councillors to support adopting this motion.
Thank you very much. It's a generative discussion.
Generative discussion. Okay, yeah.
VP Finance.
Yeah.
So now that I've had a time to like collect my thoughts and like put numbers together in my head, just quickly, VP External, it's okay to share most of the stuff from our last meeting with Util? Yes? Yeah, okay, awesome. Okay, so their estimate for the total cost of the project is $30 million, $40 million. And they would like a contribution from the SSMU of around $1.5 million. Okay. And so what that would look like in terms of a fee model would be a $6 fee charged over 5 years, which is about 1.3 and a half, almost $1.4 million. And then the extra 100,000, probably 100,000 plus, will be contributed by the SSMU. Yes? That's... Okay, yeah. There's that. So, but you can blend it, right? Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop this because a back and forth can't be captured in the recording device, the minutes, or the live stream. So wholly inappropriate. If you want to intervene, get a microphone, please.
So I'll continue what I was saying. So a $6 fee. Obviously, a larger fee could be charged to cover the whole amount. The model that we looked at was a $6 fee with a $100,000 to $120,000 contribution directly from the SSMU's Capital Improvements Fund. So that would also include advocacy on behalf of the Affordable Housing Committee as well, so it would fund their operations.
Thank you very much. SMU President.
Hi. I'd just like to share a small tidbit about where the SSMU has collaborated to create physical infrastructure. So, for example, the Brown Student Services Building was created in partnership with McGill University, where we went 50-50 with them to actually build the building. I believe they charged a $50 per semester fee to ensure that the building was constructed, if I'm not mistaken, and that successfully passed. And for a lot of the students at the time that voted on the actual referendum question, they understood that their specific contribution would not benefit themselves, but they understood that in the long term it would go towards helping future generations of students after them benefit from student mental and physical health services, however much it may be improved. So in the same point, I would reject the notion that we should think about who's directly benefiting and think about the long-term well-being of students here on campus. My final note is I was just wondering if either the VP External or Vice President Finance could expand as to our $1.5 million contribution with regards to the $40 million as a whole, but also where our alternate funding sources would come from in terms of grants, green bonds, so on and so forth, so we could just show and illustrate exactly how much our contribution is going to be multiplied from contributions from other sources.
Thank you very much. We have reached our 10-minute cap on generative discussions. In accordance with the standing rules, extending the time will require a 3/4 majority. VP Finance, need a microphone, please.
I move for a 1 minute and 30-second extension.
I have a motion for a 1 minute, 30-second extension. Is there a second? Councillor Chan, thank you very much. Any other points or motions at this time? Seeing none. All those in favor of a 1 minute, 30-second extension, please raise your placards. Opposed? The extension is granted. Is that to VP Finance or VP External? VP External?
Yeah, so other contributions come from the Chantier de l'Économie Sociale Trust, which is funding specifically cooperative and social economy projects. That's $1 million. 4.4 million from Util. 3.37 million from the City of Montreal directly. And then mortgage loan from the CMHC. I forget what that stands for. One second.
Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would finance the 29.8 million. Yeah. I would, if I can't do this because I already started speaking, but if someone could make a motion out of this to say like motion to accept recommendation 3, that'd be cool because then I'll have a mandate. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The time on that having been exhausted, Councillor Morelli.
Motion to accept recommendation 3.
Out of order until you suspend the rules.
Okay. Motion to suspend the rules to
allow for addition of a late motion?
Yes.
Is somebody willing to second that motion? Councillor Boutcar, thank you very much. Any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor of suspending the rules, please raise your placards. Opposed? 3. Side conversations. VP External. The motion to suspend the rules passes. Councillor Morali is adding a late motion. Could you please restate the motion clearly and concisely for the minutes?
Motion to accept possibility number 3.
In
document 11A.
Titled?
Titled Generative Discussion on the Relationship with Util and Potential Financing Models. I can't see the rest of it. 2020 0116.
Great. Thank you very much. So moved. We need it for the minutes. I'm sorry, but no. Is there a second? VP Student Life, thank you very much. We'll now enter debate on the motion. Anybody wanting to speak to the motion? Senator Lametti.
So for the previously stated reasons, I would prefer option 2, so I will be voting against this motion. And I'm also curious as to what PGSS decided to do with this, because I didn't hear much mention of it.
Thank you. Other debate on this motion? VP External.
PGSS took a very long time to decide and then decided that they were going to do nothing.
Thank you very much. Other debate on this motion? Proxy for Councillor Platt.
This might be something that's answered in the report, but how many units will this affordable housing provide for students?
VP External.
Approximately 300 units with an expected 1 to 2 year turnaround.
Thank you. Other interventions on this debate period? Councillor Morali.
In response to PGSS's response, I'd like to point out that because PGSS members are in a different situation than SMU members are, their rationale may be different in terms of how they see this project.
Thank you. Other interventions on this motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. Because it's a late edition, I don't have a voting form ready for you, so we're going to do a vote by placard unless somebody motions for another voting method. Seeing... Councillor Chan.
Any chance you can review for the benefit of councillors what a vote yes implies?
Sure.
Thank you.
Not a point of order, but
I tried.
Anyway. Basically, we're voting on what was it? Proposal, or I guess what is it? Conceived possibility number 3 in the document generative discussion on the relationship with util and potential financing models, which is to mandate the furtherance of the relationship with util and effectively mandate the Vice President of External Affairs to bring forward a referendum question for an affordable student housing fee and to pay for the construction or purchase of a building reserved for inexpensive student housing. So a vote yes means you support that. A vote no means you do not. All those in favor of conceived possibility number 3, please raise your placards and keep them up. I see 14. All those opposed? I see 8 abstaining. Noting 2 abstentions, there's a majority in favor. The motion carries. Moving on with the agenda. Now we get to consent items. So, councillors, there are only, I believe, 3 motions for a consent vote this evening. And so you can access the link from your voting documents list. If you could please find your way in there now, that would be appreciated. Voting is now open. Consent items. You said your terms of reference was a motion. When was it brought as a notice?
November 28th.
It's not on the website.
You defined the difference between a notice of motion and a first and second reading.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's not in the voting docs form, but
Yeah.
I'll make one more.
That's, yeah.
Cool. Council Wright?
Point of personal privilege, may I please be excused temporarily?
I'll announce the closure of voting in 30 seconds. I don't know, just continue if you can. Councillor Adenamudi, sorry. Departure of Councillor Adenamudi at 21:45. I'm going to announce the closure of voting. Voting is now closed. None of the items passed by consent. We'll note the departure of proxy for Councillor Platt at 21:45. Councillors, with that, we're going to move onwards with the agenda into new business. 15A, notice of motion regarding amendments to the internal regulations of student groups, 2020-0116, VP Student Life. Could you project that, please? For councillors departing, please do so quickly and quietly.
Can I go? Yep. Okay. So this was born out of Midnight Kitchen's request to better reflect their composition. Basically, it just changes certain one part, so 6.4.1 voting rights, executive structure, and then for 6.4.2 voting rights for collective structures.
So could you speak louder and closer to the microphone?
Yeah. So basically, it's just striking out the or collective members, and we're just splitting it from executive structure and collective structures. If you can go down all the way, it would be great. So basically, Midnight Kitchen, there are certain members that are not students. There are various reasons why, but one of them is because they have to follow the MEPAC, which is the health standard of public kitchens, or not public, commercial kitchens. And that's why we're trying to make it 50% of, as long as 50% of the collective members are members of society, they can have, adult members, basically.
Thank you very much. Legislative Council is hereby given notice of this motion to come at the January 30th meeting of the Legislative Council. Next item on the agenda is 15B, notice of motion regarding amendments to the effective committee's policy. Vice President, External Affairs.
Hey, so yeah, this notice of motion amends the policy that is appended to the committee terms of reference. It essentially enshrines subdivision of committees into ones that are dealing with purely internally facing legislative structures, governance review, health and dental stuff, etc., with ones that deal with external issues, so stuff like equity, indigenous equity will possibly be the new name of that committee, francophone affairs, etc., and acknowledges that the external facing committees can't really afford to just be glorified clubs, but should really be uniting all the different actors on campus that are working on these various issues. So for example, community engagement committee should have a reserved spot for CHASM, and other groups of that sort, especially because they manage huge budgets. So it mandates committees and commissioners in particular to use their budgets not only for their own projects, but in co-creation with other groups on campus. The consultation was done with various commissioners, and it's in line with other amendments which the executives hope to bring to Legislative Council with regards to empowering commissioners to do better work, to leverage their budgets more effectively, to operate with the same independence that services get, and to really, again, bring people into the SSMU and make sure that different groups doing work can use our platform as a way to speak as experts on topics that we don't necessarily have the expertise to speak on.
Thank you very much. Legislative Council is hereby given notice of that motion to come for question period and debate on January 30th. 15C, notice of motion regarding adoption of the SSMU Mental Health Policy and Plan 2020 to 2023. VP Student Life.
So this is basically the guiding document for the SSMU Mental Health Commission as well as the Mental Health Commissioners. Some of the highlights include changing the composition of the commission from 2 commissioners to 1 commissioner with 2 coordinators for each committee, as well as making the roundtable an institutionalized thing. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Legislative Council has given notice of that motion to come at the January 30th council. Moving on to 15D, motion regarding changes to the committee terms of reference 2019-11-28. This came as a notice of motion at the November 28th Legislative Council and will now come for question period and debate. The luxury of motivation was not provided at that meeting because it was simply a notice of motion without the text of the motion presented. So I give the floor either to the VP Finance or to Councillor Dan Moody has left, so VP Finance.
Okay, so this motion is the very first thing in a long line of changes to the internal regulations of finance and the committees under the Vice President of Finance. Essentially what it does is it strikes the Financial Ethics Committee, which has not met since winter 2017. So that was before I was at McGill. And replaces the one part of its mandate that was still actionable, which is the annual review of the Society's investment portfolio under the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee was another committee that suffered from kind of a poorly defined mandate, a lack of business. So this should give them some work to do. Councillor Chase can, if you have seen your shared Google Drive, can attest to the fact that now there's a lot more substantive business in the Finance Committee Drive to work on for this semester. And so this change codifies a lot of that, as well as adding the Finance Commissioner to the committee, which should be in red, sorry about that. And then moves more councillors over to the Finance Committee since it will have an expanded role with a more diverse mandate.
Thank you very much. And so therefore, thank you very much, VP Finance. We'll now move into a question period on this motion. Are there any questions? Councillor Chase.
For my understanding, this is a committee of the board. So by adding more council seat than board seats, will that have any effect?
VP Finance?
No, since the business of the committee is still ratified by board still has the prerogative to amend, change, not follow the recommendations of the committee. Also, because the committee will have a much larger mandate, it does make sense to have more councillors on this committee. And then you can have directors who provide, again, with the Vice President of Finance, that detailed knowledge of the Society's finances, while councillors provide a more nuanced, maybe political sometimes, perspective.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Vice President, External Affairs.
Thanks. So from my understanding of the internal regulations of representation and advocacy, the Finance Commissioner isn't empowered to conduct research on behalf of the Society. Do you anticipate changes to allow for a researcher to be hired to conduct financial ethics research?
VP Finance.
Yes, I do.
Other questions? I see no further questions, so we'll move into debate. Individuals wanting to speak to this motion in debate? I see no debate, so we'll move onwards to a vote. Councillors, this is in your voting documents list. It is directly under the motion to uphold the interim provisions adopted, so you should see it there. Voting is now open. I'll announce the closure of voting in 10 seconds. Councillor Faki. Permanently or temporary departure of Councillor Faki at 21:53. Councillor Dixon. Permanent departure of Councillor Dixon at 21:53. Councillor Dariani. Oh, you have to sign in with a different at @ssmu.ca account. So open an incognito window, copy and paste the link, and then Councillor Flaherty can sign in with her SMU account. Incognito mode, sign with your SMU account. Refresh the form on your laptop. On your laptop, refresh the form. Click it again.
I use an incognito window. It says it's.
That's wrong. Thank you. Voting is now closed. 21 in favor, 1 abstaining. The motion carries. We'll move onwards now. VP Finance. Oh, the nomination of members for the committee. Not necessary. I got it. You want to do it next time? Okay. VP Finance then.
I move to postpone the nomination of councillors to this committee to the next regular meeting of the Legislative Council. The reason being is 2 of the councillors who are on the Financial Ethics Committee aren't here, and it'll take time.
Thank you. Is there someone willing to second the postponement of the nomination of members? Councillor Mackey, thank you very much. All those in favor of postponing the selection of members to that Finance Committee? Opposed? And so that will be postponed to the next regular meeting. The VP Finance shall send notice to steering committee of that desire. Thank you very much. We'll move onwards with the agenda now to 15E, Notice of Motion regarding the adoption of the Gender and Sexual Violence Committee Terms of Reference, VP Finance.
Yep, so this is a committee that is mandated for the SSMU to create as part of the gender and sexual violence policy. The motion and terms of reference are there for council to read. I think that's all that's necessary to say at this point, and then it will come back for debate next time.
Thank you very much. Indeed correct. So notice has been given. This motion will come for question period and debate on the 30th of January. I'm going to note Councillor side conversations are prohibited. Councillor Wright. So now we'll move onwards to 14F, motion regarding a provincial student assembly. Vice President External.
Okay.
So you have 2 minutes to motivate.
Sure. Hi, everybody. So for those of you who maybe remember, there is a history of provincial student associations in Quebec. The reason being that there are 15 universities in Quebec, and the Quebec government has made it very clear, or all Quebec governments have made it clear, they don't want to deal with individual university students. So you have 2 kinds of provincial assemblies that pop up every now and then. Lobby group, which provides research and works on things that the government wants student input on. So for example, if you're looking at mental health consultations, the government has said that they want to work on it. And so fine, you have research that works, and you have it's a more systematized way for students to pay for student input. The other kind of thing is something that governments don't want to work on. So when you look at a government that wants tuition hikes and students who don't want tuition hikes, there's a role for a centralized coordination and financing of students to be able to oppose things like that. Other government projects which are disadvantageous to students, while at the same time providing research on those so that credibility can be given. You can, of course, have multiple student associations collectively striking. That's what's happening with Bill 21 right now. But of course, having research and high quality overview to back up some of the stuff that's being said can lead to more high quality press releases, can lead to better representation of students. One advantage of the motion that's being considered before you, it's dissimilar to a previous project that we had attempted to embark on called AVEC, insofar as it has a floor, which is to say that at least 5 total student associations have to pass similar mandates before we start to enter into negotiations for the formation of a student association. With AVEC, only 2 member associations existed at the beginning, which led to huge capacity problems, underfinancing, really badly disorganized congresses, etc. And then the addition of a 3rd student association didn't really help much. So the mandate of this assembly in particular is to focus on anti-migrant struggles and climate struggles, which are things that the government doesn't really want to talk about all that much. But this can, of course, be adapted as the assembly passes annual campaigns and identifies the priority of its own students.
Thank you very much. We'll now enter a question period. Are there any questions? Councillor Chan.
Thank you. In the background and rationale part, you talk about how McGill being part of Rassemblement National Étudiant would allow us to help historically underrepresented schools, namely English schools. I'm wondering if being one of the only English language universities in Quebec, our influence would be drowned out as more universities that are French-speaking join that, and our ability to advocate for English universities would be reduced.
Vice President, External Affairs.
So a lot of that depends on the ability to get it on the ground floor. So striking governance documents which have a voting process, for example, one vote per association, that do benefit groups which would otherwise be drowned out, particularly in terms of population. Anglo schools' political orientations in the regards that students treat them tend to align with regional schools as well, even though they are French-speaking. So there is the risk, sure. I don't see that becoming a reality.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Kay.
What will representation at the assembly look like in terms of from us? And also, in speaking to what Councillor Chan said about English speaking, I also think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but McGill is like the most international university in the province. So how will that be reflected in the assembly?
Vice President, External Affairs.
So again, a lot of that's determined by governing documents. To answer your second question first, if the group that's being formed is committed to serving and servicing underrepresented populations like Anglo schools and regional schools, necessarily questions of international students, parent students, these sorts of progressive issues tend to come up a little bit more. This was seen with EVEC, notwithstanding other problems that existed with EVEC. With regards to representation at the provincial level, often and advisably, one would pay staff who would work not for student unions themselves, but for the the Quebec-wide association, to maintain relationships with parliamentary secretaries as well as members of the National Assembly themselves, give press releases, they maintain media contacts, and obviously you would have council meetings of the member schools to determine the orientations, and then very similar to the SSMU, in between meetings, the executives would just carry out the mandates that are given to them.
Thank you. Senator Lametti.
Thank you. So I noticed that the motion that's before us is a nearly word-for-word translation of the motion that was proposed at the FSPED UQAM GA, but it's not the motion that was amended and then adopted. So I was wondering why not include the amendments adopted by FSPED UQAM in the motion we see today. For example, regarding the date of the assembly, direct action, creating a new rassemblement étudiant basé sur le syndicalisme de combat, among other things, which I think do change the motion a tiny bit.
Vice President, External Affairs.
So while the senator's point is well taken that they do change the motion a tiny bit, I think the way that the motion is structured here fits a little bit more with what SMU's governance structures require for motion to be adopted. We don't tend to be in the habit of calling a date for next assembly and talking about things like that, especially because we're not a faculty association. So being able to call assemblies to discuss things like this, like we do regular council meetings, and this can be discussed at any time. With regards to combative syndicalism, much larger conversation that should be had with the SMU. I agree, and it's probably stuff that will come up in further conversations. But I think the first step of just getting people, the first step of having a mandate to have provincial representation is the first step, and then we can discuss what kind we want. I think for FSPED UQAM, they've gone a few steps further and already kind of know that they want to do combative syndicalism. But of course, these are conversations we can have both internally and with other student associations, insofar as our view of what that provincial association should look like doesn't align with theirs. What seems to be the case is that the political orientations adopted by the SMU this year and last year, specifically with regards to climate and opposition to anti-migrant policies, are in line, and so I kept a lot of what is in line with their motion.
That exhausts the question period. For those of you new to SMU Legislative Council, the projectors overheat after 4 hours, so hence why we're now here. They'll need about 15 minutes to cool down, then they can turn back on. Question period having been exhausted, is there a desire to extend the question period? Councillor Chan.
Motion to extend the question period by 3 minutes.
I have a 3-minute extension. Is there a second? Residents' representative, thank you very much. Any other points or motions? Vice President, External Affairs? If it's for a different amount of time, I can't entertain it until we vote on this one. Okay. All those in favor of granting a 3-minute extension, please raise your placards. Opposed? The extension is granted the question period. Questions? Councillor Chan.
This is another question, more for my own benefit, but you talked about how issues of environmental and migrant justice, pardon me, are an issue on the horizon. Do student unions in Quebec have a history of promoting separatist causes? That's like just out of curiosity.
Vice President, External Affairs?
That's a difficult question to answer. So, no. No, but sometimes not the group that's doing progressive issues, but the group that is doing the provincial lobbying and tends to have very good friendships with members of the National Assembly somehow find their way into becoming members of the National Assembly, mostly for the Parti Québécois. So that's a reality to be taken into account, but isn't inherent to these, especially ones that are fairly anti-government.
Thank you. Senator Lametti.
So, despite the references to AVEC and UEC, it's my understanding that this proposed Rassemblement National Étudiant would not be an association, but rather a sort of open forum with not just student associations to mobilize on those specific issues. Now, the idea of having a new association was dealt with in the amendment to the motion at SSMU, and they would have other working groups do that. So, is this motion more related to being part of these open fora for mobilization on migration and other such issues, or is it in a spirit of continuing the relationship with these associations to potentially participate in the creation of a new provincial association?
Vice President, External Affairs?
So, I mean, inherent to the amendment is both. Like, I'm fairly in the provincial presence that we've had this year. I have been pushing for another student association, so it wouldn't just be the sort of talk. With regards to the motion at SPEDUCAM and this one, external groups are invited to come discuss those issues and obviously to work on the issues together. Like, there's no sense in just having students work on them, but they aren't granted voting powers. So if you're giving voting powers to student associations, you're a step towards not necessarily incorporating, but having a sort of understanding of a federal student or a national student association.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Councillor Mackey?
I would just like some clarification on the risk factors section. It says that UEC in the past has been almost entirely unsuccessful. And I was just curious, in which ways do you think that the RNE could succeed in ways that UEC could not succeed in? Like, what's the difference, really? Because I don't know that.
Vice President, External Affairs?
So to clarify both for councillors and for the record, this doesn't say that UEC is unsuccessful. I don't think that UEC is unsuccessful. It says our ability to influence the way in which UEC attempts to mobilize is unsuccessful. Generally speaking, they'll go for a very safe ask, which is in some ways problematic, because if the government wants to meet you here and you push for this, sorry, should I like vocalize this better? It's fine, okay. So if the government wants to meet you here and you ask for this, you'll generally meet here. But if you know that they're going to meet you here and then you ask for this, you end up there. So there's a very conciliatory and reformist approach to these groups, which is sometimes fine. But when you're talking about like, oh, well, let's leave out Anglophone issues, let's leave out the regions, like it's too complicated to ask for too many things at once. And we tend to go against that because we have an alignment with sticking up for Anglophone schools, obviously. Our attempts to get them to take a more progressive approach, a more inclusive approach are generally not the case. So I'll give you an example. In terms of federal election asks, there was no consideration of Indigenous issues whatsoever. And I was like, hey, maybe you should talk to Indigenous groups and see what they want in terms of a federal ask.
Thank you very much. The extended question period has been exhausted. Is there a desire to further extend the question period? I see no such desire, and so we'll move on to debate. Individuals wanting to speak to this motion in debate, please raise your placards. Senator Lametti.
Thank you. So I'd like to move a technical amendment first, and it would simply, I don't know exactly where those fit in the motion, but it's the addition of 2 words. I think it calls for establishing an ARNI in this winter semester 2020, but amended to make it winter or fall of 2020, just to be in line with the FSPED UQAM motion.
Vice President External Affairs? No, and also the motion is property of the floor. So the time for friendly amendments is the gap in between the motivation and question period. Or sorry, the gap in between question period and debate. With that, Senator Lametti is moving the amendment, which you can all see in red, during winter or fall of 2020. Is somebody willing to second that amendment? Vice President External Affairs, thank you very much. Any debate on the amendment? Seeing no debate on the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your placards. Opposed? The amendment carries. Any further debate on the motion? Vice President External Affairs.
Just to speak to the role of faculty associations within this as well, I would really encourage and I sent an email to the VP Externals and I think also presidents of faculty associations to this effect. Encourage your faculties to also have conversations about provincial representation. Faculties are much closer to their members. Yes, university-wide associations can have a sort of general sense of the types of research priorities that an institution wants and can pay for them much more readily. But for faculty associations to have voting rights makes quite a bit more sense than the university-wide association. And there are ways to make that consistent with the foundational governing documents, which I'm more than happy to entertain in a debate or question or whatever. But yeah, like, think about life outside McGill if you want to.
Thank you. Other points of debate? Councillor Chase.
I think when we're voting on this, we should consider that this has been a very long debate on provincial representation. It has been around for years. I know that a few years ago they voted on a VEC affiliation. It was rejected by 62% of the students. So I do think we should be cautious when we're voting on this, when we're going on to these negotiations, and we should realize that one common theme that came from those conversations was that because of McGill's unique nature, it would be better for McGill, for SMU, to be able to work with the provincial assembly on its own rather than being tied to other groups who are radically different.
Thank you very much. Other points of debate? Senator Lametti.
So just a few things. The first is that maybe we should consider changing the wording of this motion concerning the floor number of associations needed to trigger this RNE, at least for McGill, because it's quite conceivable that we would end up in this with, for example, AFISH, FSPED UQAM, and MAJUCAC, because they have a different way of structuring their organizations that's not necessarily familiar or consistent with the way that we do things. So maybe we should adapt this more to our reality. The second thing is, I think it's important to notice that this is not a new provincial association. I don't think this motion should be interpreted as such. I don't think that if it is endorsed by council, it should be interpreted as an endorsement of council for this specific kind of student association, because it is specifically a forum for a campaign on migration and other issues. And if there is an association that emerges out of this through the open forum organized by FSPED UQAM, then that's another deep discussion that we have to have at council. But this is not the object of the motion, and the wording does not support that. So I just wanted that to be on the record and to make it clear to everyone that we're not supporting joining or organizing a new student association at this time.
Thank you very much. Other points of debate on this motion? Vice President External Affairs.
To speak to some of the points that Councillor Chase raised, in terms of a rejection by 62% of students, that had an enormously high abstention rate, and what was cited was a lack of information and a poorly run information campaign with regards to that motion. So it might be worth checking that out as well. In terms of it being a long conversation, sure, it's been a long conversation. SMU has affiliated and disaffiliated for a number of groups. The reason we keep coming back to this conversation is, again, because anytime SMU attempts to do its own lobbying, fails, is not listened to. VP External 2017 attempted to go to consultation sessions on Bill 151, an act to prevent sexual violence in higher education institutions, and the person who spoke for them was Angela Campbell, who is an employee of McGill University. And Angela Campbell, not an employee of the McGill Student Society, but of McGill University, was told, screw off, why would you bring McGill specific concerns here? This isn't about McGill. This is about Quebec. This is the type of attitude that the Quebec government takes towards higher education institutions. In terms of McGill's unique nature to be left alone, that's in the motion. Like, it talks about research projects specifically. We can adapt research projects because we can decide whether to let them survey our students or not. In terms of a common battle, like, you kind of need to work with other people in certain regards.
Thank you very much. I'd encourage us to conclude our thoughts on this motion and move forward. Councillor Kay?
I have a question. I don't know if
It's
part
debate,
of
so
it.
you can ask it. I can't guarantee you'll get an answer.
Like, is this like a fundamentally bilingual thing? Because is this the website? Like, is there an English part? Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. So the question is if it's fundamentally bilingual.
Okay. Other points of debate? Senator Lametti.
I guess it's as bilingual as SMU is, in a way. Apologies for being flippant, but...
Councillors? Further points of debate on this motion. Vice President External Affairs.
It depends who's on the ground floor. Like, if you have it in your governance documents that everything has to be bilingual and all congresses have to have a translator, then sure, it's bilingual. I mean, we could speak to the experience of the president, vice president, university affairs attending congresses, and having bilingual translation is fairly inclusive as well. I would be curious to hear the thoughts of Senator Lametti, though I understand it's not question period, with regards to adapting this type of initiative to our own reality, because I don't believe they expanded on that.
Thank you. VP Finance.
I mean, we're in Quebec. I don't see the problem with the provincial union's primary language being French, as long as, and I think we've seen it with executives who've traveled to UAC conferences, that they're accessible, and they are. I don't think the fact that everything is primarily in French is a problem. Again, it's Quebec.
I see no further debate on the motion. I'm going to close the debate period, and we're going to proceed to a vote. Councillors, this is in your voting documents list. Motion regarding Provincial Student Assembly 2020-01-16. Voting is now open. Senator Garneau? We'll note the departure of Senator Garneau at 22:17. I'll remind councillors we do have a confidential session this evening. We have quorum, don't worry. I'm going to announce the closure of voting. Voting is now closed. 12 in favor, 3 opposed, 7 abstaining. The motion carries. And I think now is a wonderful opportunity for our next 10-minute recess. The current time is 22:18. Councillors, please be back in your seats when I bang my gavel to call us back to order at 22:28. Thank you very much. 10-minute recess.
Really good. I have like a fire report for today. So
Hey, Andrew, motion for my removal. Do it. I dare you. Yeah. Yeah. I'll call us back to order at 22:28. Thank you very much to councillors for returning on time. Moving on then to... Oh, yes, Councillor Kirsch, permission to leave indefinitely, so granted at 22:28. We'll move onwards then to item 15G, motion regarding plan on clubs and services as SMU's highest priority, 2019-0328. VP Student Life.
Hello. So, this motion actually passed last year, but there was no plan attached to it, so here's a plan. It outlines basically actionable steps in order to prioritize communication and information dissemination to our clubs and services.
Thank you very much. We'll enter a question period on this motion. Are there any questions? SMU President? SMU President.
Thanks, Speaker. I'd also like to thank the VP Student Life for his work on this very important plan. I'm wondering if there's a reason why the plan is going to expire on the 2024 rather than 2025. Do you foresee this being a plan that we can extend longer, just so that it's a plan that can last for a longer amount of time, or do you just foresee it being a 4-year plan which can be re-amended at that point in time?
VP Student Life.
So basically the timeline is such because a lot of these steps should be able to be done within 4 years, at which point we should reevaluate and have other goals.
Thank you. Other questions? VP External Affairs.
I was curious as to how the number 50 to 100 clubs was determined.
VP Student Life.
So 50 to 100 clubs, it's basically because we have 320 clubs right now. So basically, having 3, or I guess we should start with 2 clubs coordinator, just to see how it would go. I thought it was just like a reasonable amount, and also this was from Sophia, Vice President Student Life last year. This recommendation.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Faki.
Was just the same as the first question. It says it expires in 2024, but in the conclusion it says 5 years. But it wasn't.
VP Student Life.
Yeah, it's because the motion passed in 2019, but the plan is being passed now. We could amend it.
Would you like to make a... Well, at the end of question period, you can make a friendly amendment if you'd like to. Other questions? I see no further questions. Before we move into debate, VP Student Life.
Yeah, so let's make the expiry of this January 1st, 2025.
Okay. And is that friendly, Councillor K? Wonderful. So done. We'll now enter debate, unless VP Finance is that proposing an amendment to hopefully be friendly? Yes. VP Finance. Microphone. Just take this. Oh, you have one.
Apologies for not submitting this in writing. I hope you'll accept it in the interest of quickness. Under 2, improvements to club service operation, can we add a 0.6, giving a line of credit to every service fall 2020. Sorry, winter 2021.
VP Student Life, is that friendly?
Can I just ask a quick question? No? Okay, it is friendly.
Councillor K? Friendly or not?
I also want to
Those are your options, friendly or not. If you say unfriendly, it goes to debate.
friendly.
So incorporated. Other amendments that people want to propose as potentially friendly? VP Internal?
Hello? Cool. For like under improvements for club and service operation point 3, can we amend that to creation of a portal that contains all the information relevant to communicate directly to groups if there is a fee referendum passed to this purpose? Or if there's just like a club fee increase that allows SMU to fund this portal?
So you're proposing to add what's in red?
Yes.
VP Student Life friendly? Yes. Councillor K friendly? Yes. So incorporated. Anything else before we move to debate? Vice President External Affairs? No. You're proposing friendly amendments or amendments you hope will be deemed friendly. Do you have any? No? Seeing none, we'll move to debate. You just want to speak to the motion in debate. Vice President External Affairs.
Yeah, I'd like to move to have this recommitted to a combination of the Finance Committee and the Club Committee. I don't think there's enough consideration made about club finances, about the idea of clubs and services moving out of certain portfolios into other ones. This isn't really consistent with the way that clubs and services are actually building capacity, so I don't think it's a plan that captures the 5-year capacity building of clubs.
Yeah. Unfortunately, what you did is you combined your motion with your debate interjection, so I'm going to take that as a point of debate, and I'm going to ignore what you said about committing it somewhere. But I can come back to you for that later. VP Finance.
Yeah, I apologize to the VP Student Life and Clubs rep. I feel like I kind of just blindsided you a little bit there. This is just codifying what we're already doing in finance and accounting, which is giving a credit card to each service. So we started with Midnight Kitchen. We're moving on to the Indigenous Affairs Committee, which I'll talk to more in my report. They are not a service, but they operate with a similar level of autonomy to a service. So that's why they're the next in line. Yeah, that's what that refers to, just to codify it and push that forward.
Thank you very much. Vice President External Affairs.
Motion to commit this to a combined committee struck between representatives from the Finance Committee and representatives from the Clubs Committee.
I have a motion to commit to a, let's say, an ad hoc committee. So moved by the Vice President External Affairs. Is there a second? Vice President Finance, thank you very much. And so with that, this is debatable. Anyone to speak to the motion to commit or to refer? Vice President External Affairs.
Yeah, so as per the master plan master plan wasn't passed, master plan doesn't exist. As for the base fee increase and the referendum question thus associated, here and after pre-master plan, there was a position envisioned for the creation of a clubs and services manager to oversee a lot of the work done in clubs and services. Concern that the level of capacity building detailed here, 1, isn't specific enough, and 2, will put undue labor on future VP student lives in a way that doesn't allow them to focus on other aspects of their mandate. Again, late additions of things like finances and a club fee that was already shot down by the student body. Like, it's not consistent with what's going on.
Thank you. Other debate on the motion to commit or to refer to an ad hoc committee? I see no further debate, so I'll close debate and we'll move to a vote on the motion to commit. All those in favor of committing this to an ad hoc committee, please raise your placards. I see a clear majority. With that, this motion is so committed to the ad hoc committee so described. And so we'll move onwards then to item 15H. It's 15 on the agenda because we move stuff around. 15H, motion to endorse the student mobilization against Bill 21. Councillor K. Wait for a microphone, please.
Not really sure how to address this, but like, do we want to create a timeline for the ad hoc committee and then some sort of like, I don't know, since there is like a 5-year plan and we want to like make things happen. So yeah.
I can speak to historical precedent. Generally, when an ad hoc committee is formed, it very quickly drafts a set of terms of reference, and then those get approved at the next meeting of Legislative Council. That doesn't always happen, but that's what should happen. If you wanted to propose a new motion, you'd have to move to suspend the rules. You could make a new motion, and we could go from there. I see no desire to do that. So 15H, motion to endorse the student mobilization against Bill 21, VP External.
No. Okay, yeah. So, as I said in my announcements, there is a pretty big mobilization opposing Bill 21, an act respecting the laicity of the state. Student associations that have come out in endorsement with regards specifically to the mobilization happening tomorrow on Monday are listed. Others have been referenced, some by screenshots. Sorry about like the not super official way of doing that. Actions align with our leadership role in matters of human rights, social justice, and environmental protection, which is detailed in the Constitution. There's not really a lot of other ways to lobby the government against Bill 21 because they rushed through consultation sessions on the bill in 6 days. I encourage you to read the motion. It appended as a statement that should be released to the student body tomorrow. So given that the VP internal and the communications coordinator on here have now been made aware of this, if this motion should pass, ideally around, before the strike starts, hopefully. So like 9-ish tomorrow, 10-ish tomorrow, yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into a question period. Are there any questions on the motion? Vice President, Internal Affairs?
Just a more logistical question. Given that you do want this, if the motion passes, released at before noon, is there a want to have this translated for release?
Vice President, External Affairs?
There's a desire to do so with regards to logistics that exist for that purpose. Doubtful. There's an unfortunate feature that council only meets every 2 weeks. So.
I'll perhaps take this opportunity to remind members of council that electronic motions exist. It's an infrequently used mechanism this year, but if there is time-sensitive business that council should consider, you are always welcome to email it to speaker@ssmu.ca, and it'll be circulated as an electronic motion, and you'll have a result within 48 hours. So with that unwelcome intervention aside, we'll move forward then to debate. Individuals wanting to speak to the motion in debate. I see nobody moving to intervene in debate, so we'll move to Councillor Kay.
I just want to address the issue of the timing of the AUS assembly tomorrow. I know this doesn't address it, but I wanted maybe the VP external to talk about like the room booking and stuff, if that's okay.
Individuals wanting to intervene in debate? Vice President, External Affairs.
So I'll first defer to the representatives from the Faculty of Arts if they want to speak on it. If not, if I'm comfortable speaking on that. It's fine, Kay, yeah.
Councillor Chase?
I will defer to Councillor Chan if I miss anything. But
Councillors, decorum, please.
If I miss anything. So essentially, to my knowledge, we have, when the AUS executive was made aware of this petition, which if I remember correctly, it was on this past Saturday, we immediately started trying to book a room. However, we intended to do it on Wednesday evening. That was not available, and the only time that we were able to book a large enough room, which is the only room that's available is Leacock 132, was for Friday at 4:30 p.m. Had there been more advance notice, perhaps we would have been able to get the proper room on time, but it was more of something last minute.
Thank you. Any further interventions on debate? I see no further interventions, so we'll proceed to a vote. Councillors, this is also in your voting directions document. It's the last item there. Mr. President? Point? Sorry? 2?
Can we vote by unanimous consent?
We can. So because it's not a call for a roll call vote, somebody willing to second the motion for a vote by unanimous consent? So seconded. So I'll simply ask, is there opposition to the adoption of this motion? I see no opposition. The motion is adopted by unanimous consent. Wonderful. We'll move forward then. That brings us to the end of new business. We now have reports by committees. Before we get into reports by committees and councillors, let me make a brief note. Members of the executive have not reported to council in over 3 months. I would strongly discourage further postponing any of this evening's reports. And a reminder, we also do have a confidential session to follow. Councillor Das. Yes. Let me see. You may. We'll note the departure of Councillor Das at 22:43. VP Internal? Doesn't exist, but go for it.
Do we only have a room until 11?
No, we have it for later. Yeah. Mr. President, report of the Executive Committee.
Yeah, point of inquiry as well. How many more people do we have left until we hit quorum?
Until we lose quorum?
Exactly. Just for the knowledge of councillors.
We could, in theory, lose up to 5 more councillors. I would encourage everyone to stay because I think the confidential business is going to be quite important and interesting for most of you. So, Executive Committee report, please.
Great. I will keep it short and sweet. Essentially, the Executive Committee approves motions relating to hiring generally and budgetary decisions under a prescribed amount, if I'm not mistaken, $1,000, $5,000, $10,000 sold. Yeah, so essentially this is what we've approved. If anybody has any questions, I am more than happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions on the report of the Executive Committee? Councillor Faki.
I don't know if this is more appropriate for the speaker in your capacity as the chair of the board of directors. Is this the same report that the board approved?
I'll refer that to the president. Smooth President. Sorry, and just as a clarifying detail, the board doesn't approve decisions of executive committee. They can overturn decisions of executive committee. So minor salient point, but Smooth President.
Yeah. Essentially, because of the timing of the board meeting, generally they are the same. In this situation, one more executive committee meeting was added, the January 6th one. Sorry. In this case, yes, this should be the one that was presented to the board of directors.
Other questions? Follow-up question, Councillor Feki? You're welcome to. Councillor Feki. Okay. Any other questions on the report of the Executive Committee? Vice President, External Affairs.
Whose job is it to redact something? Whose role is it to redact something that should definitely be redacted here, which is the individual roles of the SACOM's jobs that have been approved? Is that now the responsibility of the president, the recording secretary, governance manager, etc.?
To my understanding, it's the governance manager that generally screens the reports before they go to council, unless I'm mistaken, President. Yeah, governance manager. Any further questions? I see no further questions, so thank you very much, Mr. President, for the report of the Executive Committee. We'll move onwards to 16B, report of the Club Committee, VP Student Life. VP Finance. Then you can't do it. What do you need to do? Could I have a motion to suspend the rules, please? Councillor Chan, thank you very much. Second, VP Internal. All those in favor? Opposed? I'm going to give the floor to the VP Finance.
So there are certain branches of SACOMs whose roles are private and some whose are public. These are all public roles. This, I believe, is the public report of the Executive Committee, correct? Yes. So I believe this is correct.
Do you want to? The rules are suspended. Do your right of reply. It's fine.
Just that they're not public. Like there's a reasonable expectation that these could be found out, but it's standard practice within SACOMS not to divulge which branch you're a part of. So I just in future would encourage not like leaning on the side of caution for that.
Okay. Thank you very much. So now we'll go on to part of the VP Student Life, or sorry, not VP Student Life, but Club Committee. VP Student Life.
I just realized that I made a mistake. It's not November. It's January 13th when we met. Just please make a note. Other than that, if you can scroll down.
Louder and closer to the microphone.
Yeah, we've basically just reviewed full status clubs this time, as well as constitutional amendments and certain status revisions stemming from clubs that haven't done their requirements.
Thank you. Well, your question, are there any questions? Side conversations, Councillors Chan and Flaherty. Are there any questions on the report of the Club Committee? I see no questions. Could I have a motion to approve the recommendations of the Club Committee? VP Internal, second. Councillor Dariani, thank you very much. Any debate? Seeing no debate, all those in favor, please raise your placards. Opposed? Abstaining? And the report is approved. 16C, report of the Funding Committee. VP Finance.
Okay, so here are all of the funding decisions from the second half of the fall semester. Ignore my signature next to them. That's essentially ones that I've just checked that they have insurance if they're a SMU group. So that's irrelevant. Apologies for not getting this for the November 28th council. If you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see that we met in the middle of exams because we couldn't get quorum before then, which is why this was delayed. And then it felt very redundant to push an email approval motion at the beginning of January. So that's why it's coming now. If you have any questions about applications, feel free to ask me. I can explain any one of them. The one thing that I will note is if you see, I believe it's November 27th. In the middle, it's very small. The funding committee approved around $32,000 for Midnight Kitchen. Midnight Kitchen during the building closure has been paying a rental on a commercial kitchen a long way from here on Rue Saint-Ferdinand for almost 2 years now. There's only so long that that's sustainable. Obviously, their fee is designed for them to have a free of use commercial kitchen in the SMU building. This is around the cost that they're going to have to cover this year. So that's why the funding committee approved that. If you have any other questions, let me know. If not, then it will require a motion to approve these. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the decisions or allocations of the funding committee? VP Internal.
Is anybody left in the campus space life fund?
VP Finance.
The internal regulations permit us to disperse up to 65% of the total amount available for the year in a single semester. We've dispersed exactly 65%, so we have 35% for the year left.
Any further questions on the report of the funding committee, including disbursements and allocations? VP Internal.
Is it in the hours of finance that a group can apply for, like, I don't know how to put this. Could MK theoretically apply for and get the remaining 35%, and therefore all the funding allocated in one semester is allocated to one student group?
VP Finance.
Like, theoretically.
No, this application covers all of their operational costs for the rest of the year up until the building returns.
Thank you. Councillor Faki.
Thank you. This is with regards to McGill Formula Electric. It says in the notes that 3 out of the 4 trips were funded, and that one of them was not within the fiscal year. Can you please elaborate on that?
VP Finance.
Yep. So the internal regulations do not permit us to fund applications that are outside of a June to May fiscal year. Part of their budget was in, I think it was May. Rather than rejecting them outright, which would be a bit unfair, I think, what we did was we removed everything from before June 1st and approved the remaining amount.
Thank you. Other questions? I see no further questions. Oh, VP Internal.
For MIRs, oh, that's loud. application, is there a reason they won't just refer to, say, TV McGill, who already has the equipment?
VP Finance?
MIR is not part of the SSMU. They're a campus group. If they would like to purchase their own equipment, that's their prerogative. They provided all the documentation necessary.
Thank you. Other questions? VP External?
Has there been a thought of maybe not doing this at Legislative Council and having a more streamlined process so that clubs don't have to wait like 3 months before they get funding at a body of 36 people who generally don't follow the funding procedures, and instead refer to a body that has more financial oversight?
VP Finance?
Yeah, so there's been talk about revising the funding commissioner role and turning it into more of a coordinator that then reports to the finance committee. The finance committee would then be able to review these applications, review the work of the funding coordinator, double check it, and then submit summaries to legislative council. I think that may make more sense, especially given what we were doing before this year, was we would wait until the end of the year, give legislative council an entire year or an entire semester of applications, and then blanket approve them after already giving out the money. This and that are not ideal. So yeah, to really streamline that process, especially because, again, most of the legwork on these applications and most of the checking, are the documents there? Are the receipts there? Is there a deficit? Is there alcohol? Does this meet RIRs? Does this meet the mandate of the fund? Is done by a single commissioner who has the best knowledge of those rules.
Other questions? I see no further questions. Could I have a motion to approve the recommendations of the funding committee? VP Finance, second. Councillor Flaherty, thank you very much. Any debate? Seeing no debate, all those in favor, please raise your placards. Opposed? The decisions of the funding committee are approved. With that, we'll move on to reports by councillors, of which there are none this evening. Executive reports, report of the president.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Essentially, this report is quite sparse, just because things were winding down for the month of December. As well, I took an extra week off of SMU work for the first week back. So just general updates. The Legislative Council will be meeting in McConnell 603 for the remainder of the semester. So just so everybody knows, we will be meeting here until the end of the year. I've mentioned General Assemblies, but I can mention it again. The Winter General Assembly is rescheduled for Monday, February 24th, 2028 New Residence Ballroom beginning at 6 p.m. Board of Directors, we've mentioned that before, so there's been 2 meetings since the last Legislative Council. Au Conseil des gouverneurs de McGill, malheureusement, le Conseil decided to not divest and adopt other non-divestment recommendations. So it's outlined here. The report's there for people's perusal as well. Specifically, they recommended decarbonization, increased impact investments. If you can scroll down. Further screening of the McGill investment portfolio, engagement, specifically shareholder engagement, as McGill is a shareholder in specific companies, so pushing more companies in a specific direction. ESG, so that's environmental, social, and governance integration. It's a specific metric or designation that shows that a particular company is an ethical company and doing things within a specified acceptable range of behaviors. Annual reporting on all of these recommendations. SRI, that's socially responsible investment reviews, and institutional leadership. I put in quotation marks because I personally don't think McGill's leading. The University of British Columbia is, which has decided to divest. So fortunately, we are becoming a follower quite quickly. Au Sénat de McGill, again, I wasn't able to attend that meeting because I had conflicting things at that time, so perhaps VP Wilson would be able to expand further on that. I've been attending a lot of the men's varsity team name renaming committees. We meet probably once or twice a week to try to figure out what to do with regards to this name. I know it's a lot of time that I'm spending in this committee. And we meet for like 2 hours just to discuss what exactly to name the men's team name. Anyways, if anybody has any specific suggestions, please let me know. University Center updates. I was not at that meeting. The VP Finance was, so he can go more into detail about that. Scroll down a little bit. Yeah, meetings that I've had and events that I've been going to. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of the president? Councillor Morali.
I've heard from a lot of the services that would be moving back into the university center once it's open, that they feel like they haven't been given a lot of information about what that's going to be like and what the time frame is. Has there been any effort to keep them regularly updated, or even with the general public?
SMU President, it's your report. Generally, no.
To answer your question, I believe it could be better answered by a different executive. However, if you do want me to answer it, I can try.
You can re-ask it later.
Yeah. Okay.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, President, for your report. It'll be VP Finance. VP University Affairs, 18B.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, we've already touched on divestment. That sucked. In terms of other general university updates, so the deans of management, agriculture, and environmental sciences and science have all been reappointed for 5-year terms beginning on July 1st, 2020. You may have seen there was a mass email probably in early December that the artist formerly known as Chris Buttle, or sorry, the dean of students, Chris Buttle, damn, I messed that joke up, whatever, it wasn't funny anyway, is now going to be a associate provost. It's a brand new position, the associate provost of teaching and academic programs. This position did not need to go through a rigorous selection process because in the university statutes, this position never existed, so they could pretty much appoint it however they wanted. Glenn Zabowski, who was the associate dean of students, is now the new interim dean of students. The selection process will begin shortly. I've been notified by the university secretary general that it'll probably begin in February, so stay tuned for that. I really hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the Schulich Library construction is delayed. It's going to, construction hasn't even begun yet, FYI. And once it begins, it'll take 2 years. They're estimating 2022. So, sorry. Yeah, that's that. In terms of the university committees, I'm now on the advisory committee for the possible term extension of the Dean of Libraries because our LIFC was unable to attend the meeting times. This is different than a reappointment because the Dean of Libraries has already served 2 full terms. The Provost wants to reappoint her because he believes that stability in that office will be better for Fiat Lux and the Schulich construction, but like, all right. That would be effective for 2 years beginning on July 1st, 2020. Because it's not a reappointment, there's not going to be a public community consultation session, but if you have feedback specifically on Dean Colleen Cook, please message me and I will forward it to the advisory committee. The University Student Assessment Policy Work Group has been holding meetings with stakeholders, specifically in management. We're going to be drafting a feedback form soon that you will all receive on student experiences with the current assessment policy. That's going to be different than a feedback form in the next year about feedback on the proposed policy that we'll be drafting. Other meetings. So yeah, Senate met on December 4th. There was a question that was sent by some senators regarding recruitment of out-of-province Canadian students. So in short, the government of Quebec has set regulations on the percentage of McGill students that have to be from the province, and the university also has its own internal targets on the number of international students, which means it's going to have to decrease the number of out-of-province Canadian students that it targets for recruitment by roughly, I believe, 5%. Senators can correct me if I'm wrong. So that was the question that was asked. We approved revisions to the policy related to the renaming of university assets, which is a really interesting policy, but we didn't get to open it up really. That was made by McGill. I'm sorry, I haven't reported in 3 months. I'm probably gonna need a couple minutes of extension. Other things at Senate, not super important. McGill Senate also just met on the 15th. I had written this report before then, but to give a short update, there were 2 questions. One was on divestment. Basically, the question asked for clarification because there were multiple...
Sorry, VP University Affairs, Councillor Dariani. Motion for 3-minute extension. Is there a second? Councillor Morali, thank you very much. All those in favor? So granted.
Thank you. Sorry. The question basically asked for clarification because in multiple statements to the community as well as the CAMSA report, McGill would either choose to use the word reduction of investments in fossil fuel companies or divestment. And what McGill is doing is not divestment. So the goal of that question was to get the principal to admit on the record that McGill is in fact not divesting. I think a version of that succeeded. There was another question, I'm blanking. Oh yeah, I was on the role of the chair, but that's more about if you're really into McGill governance, let me know. It's actually a pretty interesting question. But yeah, I'm forgetting what else we did. There were other reports. I'm blanking, but that was Senate. Yeah. There was a public assembly that we held in conjunction with AXIM on the Wellness Hub in mid-December. CBC was there. That was whack. And then a couple days ago, myself and someone from AXIM delivered completed feedback cards to the principal's office. And then I have a list there of potential upcoming projects. The researchers in the UA portfolio being the Student Rights Researcher and Advocacy Commissioner, Sexual Violence Mobilization and Advocacy Commissioner, and the Preferred Name Usage and Advocacy Researcher are all working really hard. Reports to be expected shortly for the bottom two. And then Equity Committee held a social justice coffee house on November 29th that went really well. One Equity Commissioner is unfortunately stepping down for personal reasons, and we're currently in the hiring process for a second. That person should be selected by the next week or so. And then for Library Committee, for libraries, y'all heard about Schulich already, but we are currently doing the winter proposal period. I think it's beginning soon, if not now. So stay tuned for that application. And my office hours for the semester are Tuesday and Friday, 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions on the report of the Vice President University Affairs? I see no questions, so thank you very much for your report. We'll move onwards to the Vice President Internal Affairs.
All right, keeping this short and sweet because it is 11:05. Start off with the big thing with Spin has obviously been FACO. We have a hype night on the 29th at Cafe Campus. Come through. We're releasing the theme. We're releasing the scavenger hunt. Is the theme a pun? Yes. Is the theme a second pun? Is the theme a two-part pun? Yes. Was there a hint to the theme in my last listserv? Yes. Go guess. Our 10th anniversary is from the 9th to 13th of March. The big issue we're facing right now is that because FACO comes at the tail end of Carnival, E-Week, Science Games, even Hype, a lot of venues in Montreal don't want to work with us. Guess why? So we're trying to find some new innovative venues that we haven't worked with before that don't really understand how destructive people can be. Another thing with Spin is that we've been trying to get a meeting with a bunch of different departments of McGill, such as security, campus grounds, the DIPSL's office, to plan something along the lines of Snow AP. Unfortunately, because of scheduling conflicts, we got this meeting very, very, very late. And now, while we did get approval for that, doesn't look like it's going to happen this year, but we're workshopping it to see if something more, something less ambitious could be achieved this year. From a comms point of view, a thing we're working on this semester is just letting student associations, services, clubs, whatever, take over our SMU Instagram. Had a small hitch in the beginning to do with passwords, but we have rescheduled that one. And a bunch more are coming. In fact, tomorrow, the Education Undergraduate Society is taking it over to showcase the strike. Woohoo! First year council, now we have what I've been calling like a first year ledge council. It's a mini ledge council. We have reps from faculties finally there. And now we have people to discuss LC motions with, and it's been really interesting being in that room and watching them discuss motions because it's definitely more fruitful debate. They're also collabing with the History Students Association and the Cancer Society of McGill to either sponsor work they're doing or just have collaborative ventures. Sustainability commissioners are putting up neutral towers across campus, specifically Doug and RVC. There's a conversation happening about what happens what happens next year when the sustainability commissioners probably shouldn't be spending a lot of their time taking care of plants. And we're trying to see if we can either make that a role or a committee part of it. The Student Sustainability Network is a conglomeration of 17 different student groups on campus and off campus, and they all come together to discuss sustainability initiatives. And when I said right now, I assumed that we would be presenting this report around like 8 p.m. It's over. It was over a couple hours ago, but I'm hoping it went pretty well. And I think they've been working on an education program. They were, sorry? They were at Lower Canada College this past Monday. They're going to be at Program Mile End this coming Monday. They're working on a mug reuse project coming soon to a dispatch and G-Store near you. Please donate mugs. I'm sure you guys have like 15 mugs at home you don't use. Please give us some of them. How this works is...
You can't motion for yourself. VP External. 2 minute extension. Is there a second? Councillor Putkar, thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? 2 minute extension is granted.
Cool, thank you. How this works is at dispatch and at G-Store, they'll basically have a giant carton of mugs, and you can pick one up, get some coffee, go to class, come back and return it. And the reason we're having it in these venues is because there's a dishwasher nearby that we can use. Hopefully the aim is to expand it across campus. The one concern is that we need to have dishwashers nearby. They've been working on revamping the sustainability website, and it looks like it's almost ready. So look forward for that coming out in the next couple of weeks. Miscellaneous, I have had a couple meetings with McGill's art curator now. Just for an FYI, in general, any museum or anyone that has anyone that's an art collection, they publicly showcase maybe 20% of their work. 80% is held in reserves, whereas at McGill we actually showcase 70%, which is really cool. But unfortunately, that 70% includes artwork in like boardrooms and offices that no one really sees, which is kind of annoying because we have really good art on campus from a variety of incredible artists. And something I want to work on with the head art curator is to have a more publicly accessible directory or exhibition almost. An idea that was bounced around was an outdoor exhibition during convocation, the issues of security, but we're hoping to see this way we can have an indoor-outdoor exhibition. Yes, and that's my time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of the VP Internal? Vice President External Affairs.
Thanks. So I know something that's been discussed for a couple of years was the inclusion of Indigenous artwork on campus. Have you had any meetings with the head art curator and the Indigenous Affairs Commissioner to this effect to further that conversation?
Not together, unfortunately, but as far as I know, the art curator, how it works is she has, in recent years, collected a lot of Indigenous art that's actually in her office. And how it works at McGill is if you want artwork in a specific place, you have to submit an online request form for it, and then the curator and the curatorial team go through a process of determining what would be best fit in that space. So if for example, if we wanted specifically Indigenous art in the SMU building, that would be the way to go through that. But I haven't had any consultation meetings with them together, no.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Kay?
Just that if you wanted any help with art-related stuff, I got you.
Cool. Thank you. Other questions? Seeing no further questions on the report, thank you very much for the submission. We'll move onwards now to the Vice President of Finance.
All right, thank you. So firstly to the services rep, if you just ask your question at the end, because I'll then go in detail and like kind of silo it away a little bit so you get all the answers you need. So we'll start just with the budget. Started budget meetings this month. So we've been meeting with commissioners, executives, other staff regarding student-led budgets, trying to give kind of SMU casual staff and SMU execs a little bit more control with their expense accounts this year. It's taking a lot of time just due to the number of departments that there are in the society. So there are 84, including services. Fun fact for the day, that's how many entries there are going to be in the budget, 37,296, except there's actually going to be more because I forgot to multiply by revenue accounts. If you have any suggestions for the budget, things that you think that SMU should be doing, come see me, because a budget is fundamentally something that is political. It's something that's approved by council. Budgets are political. That's all. Bank transition. Oh my God, this shouldn't be raising hairs on your head. It's not like it is like last year, but it's a little bit different. So last year we did clubs. This year we're doing services, accounts payable, and our payroll. The goal is for implementation to not affect services at all, as in services shouldn't notice anything, and if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't know it had happened. The one thing you might notice is that checks are now going to be blue, they're not going to be red. Another fun fact. There should be no blackout, no meetings, no workshops. All of the service, finance coordinators, finance officers, all of our casual staff should be able to do everything exactly as normal, and this should all go on in the background. If you're a SMU staff and you got paid recently, that means it worked, at least the payroll part. Current system, what we do is we send money to Scotiabank every week. So we're trying to stop that essentially and just pay people directly from RBC. We're also looking to kind of phase out checks as much as we can and go to EFTs, so electronic funds transfer, and then we'll also credit cards. I'll speak about that later. 3501 Peel is coming along really well. So I got to visit last week. There's a picture here of bookable space that will be for student groups next year. I don't know if you can scroll to that. I think it's really cool. So if you are a club or a service, you will be able to book this space coming next year. It is all up to code, so you can have meetings out there. It should have an alcohol permit, so you can have alcohol out there. It'll be fantastic. So that's that. Investment portfolio. Who knew a portfolio without any fossil fuels can do well? We kind of rallied in December from what was a kind of weaker third, fourth quarter. So up quite a lot at the end of the year, which is good. Financial ethics, we just spoke about that earlier, so I won't go on to there. Clubs, more finance workshops will be held in the second semester. So Billy, the VP Student Life, is helping out with that because VP Student Life is amazing. So they'll be online through Google Classroom. Massive thanks to our Clubs and Services Coordinator from last semester as well for getting all of that work mostly done. Added and reset accounts for new interim clubs. So basically, if you're an interim club, what I did was I took an old bank account from a dead club and gave it to you. Then you didn't have to wait for RBC to open you an account, which saved a lot of time. Met with RBC Commercial Services team, telling them kind of the issues that we'd had, if things that we could fix. So there's that. Services, just contract creation reviews is kind of status quo. It's what we do every day. Midnight Kitchen is great with their cards still. Credit card pilot project. So this is in services just because it's where the project's going to be. The expansion to the Indigenous Affairs Committee should begin either next week or the week after. Not sure when because it's hard to tell how long it takes RBC.
Thank you very much, VP Finance. Councillor Dariani. 3-minute extension. Is there a second? Councillor Morali, thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? 3-minute extension is granted.
Yeah, not sure how long it's going to be just because you can't tell when RBC is going to deliver the card, but they have all been ordered. We've also switched Midnight Kitchen's cards along with the Indigenous Affairs Committee's cards over to what is called RBC Next Logic. So it's one line of credit and then they're all authorized users on it. Makes it a lot easier from our accounting perspective to reconcile everything and pay off the lines of credit. So that's going to be awesome. No more moving money around, and that will allow us to expand to a lot more services a little bit quicker than before. So we'll see how it goes with the ISE. I think it's going to go really well. Funding, so there's a couple underutilized funds still. The Green Fund, which is the Environment Fund, Community Engagement Fund, First Year Fund, Mental Health Fund. All the applications are there today. If you have any questions about them, even though they've been approved, please still ask me. It's important. It's a lot of money. Campus Life Fund, highest utilization in recent years. We hit the cap. I would put that down to the building closure. Health and dental plan. So met with student services and DIPSL regarding potential funding methods for a new e-mental health solution. So I'm working on that with the president, the VP Student Life, and the mental health commissioners. I think the VP Student Life might be able to talk to that a little bit more. General plan things, not too important. IR revisions to the IRs of finance. So finance committee was the first bit. There's a lot more coming. Accounting guide, as I said, in November, that's kind of morphed into a much larger project. Really cool. It's a service resources page. Should be live pretty soon. I think it's all ready to go. And then campaign items, mostly the same. Services are going to start meeting with the finance committee in February or the end of this month. Google Classroom content was live from the club workshops, and I'm going to keep my office hours the same for the rest of the year.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the VP Finance? Councillor Morali. Birth privilege, VP Finance, internal. Temporary departure at 23:15.
Could the recording secretary reread my question to the president? I can just restate it to the best of my ability. About the move-in. Okay. Yeah, so my question was just about information transparency regarding the move-in, what the dates are like, and what efforts have been made to communicate that to the affected parties.
Yeah, for sure. So at the meeting with McGill, they basically said status quo for the delivery date. So that's the end of March, early April. That makes it a 2-year project, which is whack. We also asked them what we could do regarding 3471 and 680 because that's where most services are, and like the duration of those leases and how long we could hold on to those for. So we had kind of an overlap when the building was usable, but we also had service offices still like under rent from us, so that there shouldn't be too much of a blip in operations. So McGill confirmed with us, we need to get it in writing still, but they confirmed verbally with us that we'll be able to use 680 and 3471 until June. So then you'll have April, May, June, where you'll have both spaces available. In terms of the moving plan, it's really going to depend what we see when we get into the building. So the floors are going to become available from the top down, which isn't very useful. So if the fourth floor is usable, but the ground floor is a building site, it's not going to be a great place you're not going to want to walk through that to go to your offices. So once we're able to walk through the spaces and see how those are, then we'll begin developing a move-in plan for all of the services. So that's going to be myself, the VP Student Life, the building director, and the operations director mostly working on that. I would imagine that we'll be able to kind of see what the building's going to be like in February-ish. We'll start getting kind of inklings from McGill. And so we'll begin creating that plan end of this month through next month. And so you'll get about a month and a half to 2 months notice of how it's going to work and which spaces you'll have access to through that time.
Thank you. Other questions on the report? Councillor Flaherty. Departure of Councillor Flaherty at 2317. Councillor Dariani. Temporary departure at 2317. VP Internal has returned at 2318. Councillor Faki.
Also, I just remembered I came back like an hour ago, but I forgot to mention. Thanks. Can you please describe what 3501P will be used for?
Yeah, so it was in the master plan that wasn't a master plan for the base fee increase. That's what we're sinking pretty much all of the base fee increase money into right now, this renovation project. And so the plan is that the top 2 floors are going to be rented to tenants. We're looking at wellness, mental health professionals, and then you'll have another kind of avenue for those services on campus. Also conveniently right next to the hub, so you'll have an external option as well. Also, one of the criteria for selecting tenants is going to be that they will accept the SSMU and Blue Cross health plans, so every McGill student should be covered to use them. The lower floors will be bookable space for students and community groups, so I will actually provide more pictures for council next time. Maybe next meeting or the meeting after, because we're going to go in again. We're going to go when there's actually walls in all of the hallways and rooms, so I can show you what the bookable space will be like. Obviously, there's going to be a terrace, which will be bookable space. There's going to be another commercial kitchen for student groups to use. So yeah, the bottom 2 floors will be bookable space, and the bottom 3 floors will be bookable space. Top 2 floors will be what was I saying? Like tenants. Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions on the report? Councillor Morali.
For the service credit cards, when you say that there's a large amount of administrative overhead with regards to our like accounting policies, not our requirements, is that referring to like the differences between volunteer run and like employee run services? Because I've heard that that might cause an issue. Could you explain like how we're addressing that?
Yeah, so it's partly to do with volunteer run services, because currently the way that we kind of enforce our credit card policies is we issue payroll deductions if you make a personal like mistake expense on your card. So if you are taking Ubers and you accidentally put a personal Uber on your work credit card, then that will be deducted from your pay at the end of the pay period. Obviously with volunteer run services, it's a little bit more difficult. So we're still figuring out a process for that, and I'm going to be honest, like we haven't figured out a solution that works and that adheres to accounting policies. What we have seen though is that services who get credit cards are very good, and like their hit rate with like expenses being business expenses is like 98, 99%. So is that maybe once we begin rolling it out and we see that this is a risk that we're going to take because services are very good with their cards, then I think that'll be the thing that we do. And then those expenses, we'll find a procedure for dealing with them as they arise rather than having a policy.
Thank you very much. That does exhaust the question period. Is there a desire to extend the question period? I see no such desire. Thank you very much, VP Finance, for your report. 16E, report of the VP Student Life.
Okay, this report is from basically early December to last week. The fall audits were due last Monday. We got 95% submission rates, like the VP Finance said. I got many emails.
Could you do louder and closer?
Yes. I got many emails concerning activity site registration, audits, various other event type things. So catching up on all those. I've been also meeting with a variety of students who want to start projects under the SSMU and using our resources, so that's great. In terms of the services, the volunteer registration forms have been completed and been sent out. we've been reviewing with the communication department regarding WalkSafe's rebranding, which looks really great. I've also met with Nightline and TVM about their office space, exactly, in the University Center. The building director has been really good about placing people around. The only problem with that was Nightline, because their office space has become a bathroom. So now we're looking for a couple different options. We've been meeting, me and the speaker, or I guess the governance review researcher, met with the Midnight Kitchen for their amendments to the internal regulation. I've also met with MCERT, WalkSafe, DriveSafe, as well as Queer McGill regarding the volunteer form and their concerns over privacy. And then, yeah, so planning with the building director for a move back to the University Center. In terms of the mental health initiatives, the first mental health roundtable took place on December 3rd. It was really great. We came up with concrete objectives on collaborating and communicating. The next one is going to happen on January 28th. Yep, and then we've been working on the mental health policy with the mental health commissioner. One of the mental health commissioner, the outreach committee chair, has resigned. So now we're currently following the new plans in the policy to create a coordinator role. I also attended the Hub Leadership meeting on December 12th, as well as the Healthy Living Annex Advisory Committee, where they talk about what they want to do with the Healthy Living Annex. So that's great. The Eating Disorder Resource and Support Center, I've been doing check-ins with the advocacy coordinator to set projects for this semester, including making it a service. And we're currently planning the Eating Disorder Awareness Week in early February. The center is supposed to open late January, but there's a couple of different trainings that have to be completed before the volunteers will be capable of doing intake. In terms of outreach, I've been speaking with athletics to extend the mind and body room for the winter semester, which is now secured. All the information is on the Clubs and Services Facebook page. I also hosted the Getting Involved webinar with the Campus Life and Engagement for people arriving to McGill in the winter semester. Did the de-stress event during finals, which went really well. We collaborated with Gamers Guild, as well as the Peer Sports Center, or the Peer Health Ambassadors, and the Healthy Living Annex. I'm also talking with Joan from Clay about leadership training facilitation skills for the services, so keep an eye out for that as well. And then I tabled at Discover McGill on January 6th. And then I did a promo video for Activities Night with TVM, so keep an eye out for that as well. And Activities Night happened last week on Thursday and Friday. It was great. There was about 2,000 people who came, and we broke even, so that's great.
Councillor Faki?
2 minutes.
A 2-minute extension. Is there a second? VP Finance, thank you very much. 2 additional minutes. Oh, sorry. All those in favor? Opposed? 2 additional minutes.
Okay. Special events booking is kind of finicky, so we have created a guide. It's up on our website now, so take a look if you want to do weekend events or nighttime events or whatever. I'm working with McGill to get an alcohol permit for the annual Red Path Museum Gala, but it's really difficult, as usual with McGill. The Clubs and Services coordinator has resigned, so she has moved to Ottawa. So currently, her tasks have been moved to the operations department. Luckily, we have a new operations coordinator, so we have the capacity to deal with it. We're doing interviews still, so hopefully we'll have someone by the end of January. I've been also doing a lot of things for the daycare, meeting with the director as well as the HR manager, and also doing like a lot of different contracts for music teachers and whatnot. And that's about it.
Thank you very much. Any questions on the report of the VP Student Life? VP Point of Personal Privilege? Departure of the VP University Affairs at 23:25. So with that, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Any questions on the report of the VP Student Life? So with that, no questions for VP Student Life, so thank you very much. And I regret to inform that the next counselor to leave will result in us losing quorum. So I would encourage you to please stay if possible. We'll now move on to the report of the Vice President of External Affairs.
Okay, hello. So as per last semester, I'm going to continue to divide my report into the platform, then portfolio with regards to the different commissioners, as most of my work is done by the commissioners with support from the central office, and then other projects which have been mandated. In terms of provincial affiliation, it's not going to happen this year. We're not going to run a referendum for provincial affiliation. That being said, we just passed a motion which pursues closer partnerships with partners who align with our views. Some of them are listed there. They're coalescing around resistance to anti-migrant issues across Quebec, which is really exciting, and including CEGEPs, which is really exciting, as they're like fairly good mobilization bodies. Mobilization camps are being organized in February and March. So for anyone here who is interested in learning more about like really interesting principles and best practices around grassroots organizing, get in touch. In terms of institutional memory and support for campaigns, hiring rounds have begun into a political researcher into the history of organizing at McGill. Also exploring the role of VP External in taking on more of the financial burden for supporting campaigns so that campaigns coordinators could actually just do work for the campaigns and not have to worry about filling out check requests and stuff like that. In terms of governance reform, helped with some human resources governance reform. On the ad hoc discretionary funding committee, which is kind of just becoming an IR finance review committee. So yeah, streamlining funding processes, etc. And then I worked on working on implementing training guides to strengthen the powers and capacity of commissioners. So as discussed in a motion that was given notice today, looking at making sure that commissioners have the tools they need to succeed and to leverage their budgets properly. Engaged with Montreal. So working on a focus group into community engaged learning, because I found my way onto a provost working group on lifelong learning, which doesn't really mean anything. So I'm going to hijack that for the student experience, which is fun. If you have any ideas of how the strategic academic plan has sucked or continues to suck, or if you don't know what the strategic academic plan is, please ask me questions during question period. Super. Also begun hiring rounds for community engagement project coordinator. So I'm going to split that off from community affairs coordinator. Really upset at previous years for combining those two roles. Not the same thing. One person goes in Milton Park and handles how disruptive we are as neighbors. One of them coordinates community projects. There need to be dedicated resources accordingly. So that's going to be set up for next year. Oh, gonna need an extension, sorry. In terms of political campaigns, LPSU and Divest are doing some pretty good cross-pollination, so they're sort of swelling into one group instead of two separate groups that aren't really talking to each other. Demilitarize McGill has begun doing their research for what military research is going on in McGill right now. There's a lot of it going on. In case you didn't know, McGill's building bombs still. Yeah. McGill Food Coalition is working at a central forum for cooperation between different groups who address food insecurity, so like McGill's Farmer Market, Environment Committee, Midnight Kitchen, just so that they can, again, centralize, coordinate resources, etc. In terms of mental health, VP University Affairs Wilson already spoke on it, but AXEM has a working group that's currently meeting with the aim of building a mental health policy at the university, so clear commitments from the university as to what their responsibilities are with regards to mental health, because we've been hearing conflicting answers. And in terms of anti-racism campaigns, again, in case you don't know, there's a protest tomorrow. Please come. Please tell people. In terms of community affairs, so that's Milton Park, we are holding public assemblies on a variety of issues, including housing and homelessness, to explore how the students of McGill's efforts can be combined with the efforts going on in the community. Please come out. Really cool graphics have been made at the communications departments. We'll circulate those. Also going to hold a celebrating community event, which will be on the weekend of Valentine's Day, which is a space for community organizations at McGill and in Milton Park to cross-pollinate, work together on issues, and invite first years who are looking to get involved.
Councillor Morali? 2-minute extension. Is there a second? Residences representative, thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? 2 additional minutes.
Yeah. 4 consultation sessions, all touching on major areas where McGill interacts with the Milton Park neighborhood in order to create a new guide for best practices and collaboration between the two. So that will hopefully be drafted and signed by the end of the year. Working with campus life and engagement on first-year outreach, especially with regards to how disruptive Frosh is. So working with the VP Internal, Clay, various other actors of the university on that. Looking forward to it. Again, community engagement needs to be separated out from community affairs, so a job description has been struck up. They're going to have access to the Community Engagement Fund and do different things than what the Community Affairs person is doing. Franklin Affairs is planning an event on the use of inclusive language hosted by Michael David Miller, really cool person who works in libraries. Budget revision to secure funding for this committee's initiative, so it's one of the only external committees that doesn't have a fund associated, which sucks, because then they're like, we provide dedicated resources to francophones, except not really. So that's going to be an interesting conversation, possibly for next semester. Union relations, McGill's a terrible employer, and 4 unions at McGill are really angry. They're all in bargaining, which means they're legally allowed to strike. Doesn't look like they're going to strike yet, just for clarification, but yeah, things are going pretty badly with McGill and its workers' union, so support them in any way you can. I invited invitations, I sent invitations for them to participate in the Bill 21 manifestation and the Celebrating Community event. They responded very positively. And working groups are starting to be struck at the McGill Communities Council, which is the roundtable of all the different unions, to examine, where does the university's money go, what do the governance structures look like, etc. In terms of government affairs, UX lobbying work is largely around financial aid to students this semester and a little bit around the mental health recommendations they released in the large report last semester. And then our federal lobbying group will be going to Parliament Hill to make budget recommendations if you want to tag along. I think Brian has a couple seats in his car. Yes, he's giving a thumbs up. Interfaculty relations. The RRP was finally completed and signed. Yes. Nice. That's good. Now people can share information. If you want to know what the IRP is and don't already, if you're out of the loop, ask me during question period. Yes, engaging with campus life and engagement in early February to standardize efforts around preventing sexual violence. Affordable student housing project, we just talked a lot about it, so I'm going to skip that section. Intergenerational McGill is going to join onto that initiative of recommending changes to the strategic academic plan to make it more student-centric and in line with what students want out of the strategic academic plan and not just the principal. Yes.
Thank you very much. Return of Councillor Dariani at 23:33. Questions on the report of the VP External? I see no questions, so thank you very much for your report. The current time is 23:33. We will now move into confidential session. We'll take a brief 5-minute recess for that purpose. All members of the gallery, I will order you to please leave the room. Councillors, please kindly do not leave the room.